Welcome everybody to the Planning Committee meeting of the 16th of March, which is of course a virtual meeting due to COVID regulations. Can I just do some housekeeping things just quickly with members, please? When you're not speaking, can I please ask you to make sure that your microphone is muted? It helps with the recording and it also helps with anything that shouldn't need to be heard on tape. Can I check that all members have got a copy of the agenda? I'm hoping they have. Yeah, okay, thank you very much. I'll move on to apologies for absence, please. Is it Ellie that's with us this evening?
Yeah, and no apologies have been received.
Thank you, Ellie. Turning now to declarations of interest. I note this evening that we have two items on the agenda, item 10 and item 11, both of which relate to members or partners of members. So I'm going to do a global declaration for everybody because we all know who they are, and that will be, I'm hoping, personal, non-prejudicial and non-pecuniary. If that's okay, members. And then from the chair, item 7, I know the landowner. Now it is only a personal, non-prejudicial and non-pecuniary declaration, but I just wanted to get that out in the open for transparency. Now I see a number of hands up, so I'll come first to Councillor Andrews, please.
Yes, Chair. Item 11, personal, pecuniary and prejudicial. I shall leave the meeting at that point, Chair. That there is no. I assume there is no other business that I need to be attendance for.
I don't believe so, Councillor Andrews. I
shall leave the item before item 11. Then I shall leave the meeting before item 11, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Andrews. Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. In addition to the global declaration, item 10, I've been lobbied by letter. It is personal, non-prejudicial, non-pecuniary.
Which item?
Item 10.
Item 10. Thank you. Councillor Andrews, have you muted properly, may I ask?
I have muted properly. Yes, Chair. I mute on my microphone. But I did forget to mention that I have been canvassed in regard to item 6.
And item 6.
Personal, non-pecuniary, non-prejudicial.
Councillor Andrews, can I ask if you can mute on your device as well, please?
I think that's mine, Chair.
Is it yours, Councillor Mason?
On?
Yeah, it is you, Steve. I don't know how we can get round that one, but if we could, it would be really helpful. Thank you.
I'll keep my mic
off. Back to you in a minute. Councillor Thackeray.
Yes, just to say that I've received a letter also from the applicant for item 10.
Item 10.
Thank you.
Councillor Potter.
Yes, I've also received a letter on item 10, and as it's a member of my political group, I confirmed with the monitoring officer and Glenn McCusker that it was okay for me to take part in these, and he agreed that was all right. So again, it's the same: personal, non-pecuniary, non-prejudicial. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for the clarity, Councillor Potter. Councillor Mackenzie.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I've too had a letter regarding agenda item 10. So it's personal, non-pecuniary. I've been lobbied.
Thank you very much. I should just declare that I had an email for item 10. I'm not sure I've received a letter. And again, it's personal, non-pecuniary, non-prejudicial. I can't see any other members indicating, and I can't see any other members on screen. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, Councillor Mason.
Same as above, letter, but also I see we received an email in the late papers as well.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Mason. Nobody else? Good, thank you very much. Minutes from the previous planning meeting. These were from the meeting on the 16th of February. Can I ask if members are satisfied with those, and if there is a proposer and a seconder? Councillor Cleary.
Moving, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Mason. Councillor Mason, your hand is... Sorry.
Oh, no, it's all right. There you go. Legacy hand.
Legacy hand. Do we have a seconder from the minute? Oh, Councillor Windruss.
Yeah, I'll second the minutes, Madam Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Windruss. Okay, thank you very much. Moving on to item 4, urgent business. I have no urgent business. Item 5 is the schedule of items to be determined by committee. And we'll go straight to item 6, which is Sandry. Oh, I should just say that we have a number of speakers this evening. I think we have 6 speakers in 3 applications. Each person will get 3 minutes to speak on that application, and I will try and give a warning when you have 30 seconds left to speak. I hope that's clear for members.
Madam Chairman, might I interrupt?
Yes, Councillor Cleary.
I think for the form we have to vote on the minutes. I don't think there'll be anybody go against them, so you might be able to pass it by general affirmation. But I think for the record, we ought to deal with it one way or the other.
You're right. Thank you for that. Oh, is everybody happy with the minutes, or has anybody got an abstention or an objection to the minutes?
Chairman.
Yes, Councillor Hope.
Yeah, I would like to abstain because I wasn't here. I had to substitute.
It was Councillor Frank, wasn't it?
Yes, that's right. Yeah.
Is everybody happy by general affirmation?
Yes, Chair.
Thank you very much, members. Thank you. Sorry. We'll move to item 6 quickly then, which is item number 2020/00920 house. That's Sandry Cottage, 39 Middle Cave Road. It's on page 7 of your agenda, members, and I will pass you on to... Sorry, my mistake. It's item 6 on the agenda, and it's on page 7, and I think it's Ellie Thompson dealing with this. Apologies.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. It's Jill, actually. I'll just take this item this evening, if that's all right. Yes, members will be aware that this item was deferred at the last meeting of the Planning Committee for a committee site visit to take place. Due to the ongoing lockdown restrictions, we were unable to hold that committee site visit. So we did film a site visit, and to assist members, that has been distributed to you all in advance of the meeting. There are no updates to the report. So, Chairman, if I may, can I ask Ellie Hardy just to go to the presentation and the video, and I'll just take members through some of the images that we've collated.
Thanks, Jill.
So the first, this is taken from the access road into the site. You can just see those new brown boards at the end are the site. Behind me is Middle Cave Road, and I'm looking towards there, straight up towards the hospital. To my right is the footpath that runs between those 2 roads. And this is a sort of a private access road that serves the development site, which you can see there, and a neighbouring property, which I believe is number 37 Middle Cave Road. That's just panning round to some of the properties, which again are numbered Middle Cave Road. They're a cul-de-sac off Middle Cave Road, and certainly some of the objectors, or one of the objectors to the scheme that's objecting on the basis of overbearing effects and overlooking is one of the people that lives in those properties. So this clip is just taken from within the site where the driveway will be, looking at what will effectively be the front of the house and panning round to sort of parking area to the front. So what you can see there is the gable end of the existing cottage, which will be extended at both sides to provide a new elevation. And that's just panning around. You may be able to just see some stakes and wire in the ground that illustrate the extent to which the side extension will come out on that, I believe it to be the eastern elevation of the property. I think it leaves effectively a gap of about a metre on that side. Again, this is panning round from the front of the property, just looking at the surroundings. It's a little bit pixelated from what I can see, so I hope that you can see the images. Just panning around to look at the property in the background. There is number 41C Middle Cave Road. That's where the objector that is concerned about overlooking and overbearing effects lives. Again, looking back towards those properties, the pathway, the little snickle way between Hospital Road and Middle Cave Road is the other side of that fence. And that's just looking towards the gates into the site, which was at the top of the private access road. There you can see better, I think, the stakes in the ground. That's on the western elevation of the dwelling. It will extend out to about 1.5 metre, between a metre and 1.5 metres on that side. And you can also see some stakes in the ground and some hardcore to the rear of the property. It's again the rear elevation, the southern elevation of the property with the conservatory removed. Again, the stakes and the wire that illustrate the extent of what will be the proposed built structure. This is taken from inside the cottage, looking out of what was a bathroom window, looking straight across at 41C Middle Cave Road, and just panning around to some of the other properties, panning around there to I think that one there is 41B, the one with the little garage in front of it. And that's just taken from the hospital car park, looking across to the property. You can just see where the conservatory is being removed. Thanks, Ellie. Is the presentation there with the with some additional images? Thank you. Thank you, Ellie. Yeah, this is an aerial photograph that just highlights the position of the site between Hospital Road and Middle Cave Road. Could move on to the next slide, Ellie, please. Again, that's looking from the private driveway up towards the site. So the new timber boards are boundary fencing, the western boundary fencing of the site. So to the left there is where the driveway peels off to serve number 37 Middle Cave Road. To the right is the footpath that links Middle Cave Road and Hospital Road, and beyond that the properties that are a cul-de-sac off Middle Cave Road. So from behind in this photograph, I can walk down to Middle Cave Road. If I walk up the footpath, in a sort of westerly direction. That takes me to Hospital Road and the hospital. Now for the next slide, please, Ellie. Thank you. That's just a picture of the site. It's dated now. I think that garage has gone, which members will be aware of from the film footage. That's just a picture taken of the property. I think when we first received the application, and standing there in what's effectively the entrance to the site, looking at the property. So what we can see there now, effectively, in terms of what is proposed, becomes the middle section of a brand new elevation with extensions, side extensions, and a hip roof side extensions to either side. Could just take the next slide, please, Ellie. This is looking at the rear of the garden of the property, so looking northwards at the property's southern gable elevation, where the conservatory, at the time when the conservatory still was in existence. You just see to the right of the property, the property in the distance is number 41C, Middle Cave Road. I believe that's the property where the objector that's raised concerns about overlooking and overbearing effects resides. Thank you, Ellie. Can we have a look at the next one? Thank you. This photograph is taken from the garden of 41C, the objector's property, looking across at the application site. So you'll just recognise there the little bathroom window. That was the window that the film footage was taken out of, looking back across at the objector's property. Could just have a look at the next picture, Ellie. This photograph, I believe, was sent in by the objector, looking at from one of his bedroom windows across to the application site. I can't verify whether or not a zoom has been used at all on that. I'm not sure it's exactly what would be seen through the naked eye, but it gives members an indication of what can be seen from the indivisibility between the properties. Can we just have a look at the next photograph, please? Thank you. And that's just another photograph that's been sent in from the objector looking across at the application site. Can we have a look at the next one, please, Ellie? Thank you. And that's taken from a photograph taken from the first floor little bathroom window looking across at number 41C. I think that might be the last of the photographs, Ellie, but could you just check? Oh no, sorry, thank you. This is taken from the rear and side garden of the neighbouring property 37 Middle Cave Road. I believe the application property was historically built at the same time as 37C Middle Cave Road. I think back at a time or a point in history, it was almost like built as servants' quarters, but that just provides an indication of the relationship between those two properties. And you can just see to the left of the application dwelling, the windows of the property in the background, 41C Middle Cave Road. I think that's the end of the slides, Ellie. Oh no, sorry. This is taken from Middle Cave Road, looking across, Middle Cave Road itself, looking across towards the application site. So the property that you can see in the sort of second property into the shot is 41C Middle Cave Road. That's where the objector lives, and you can just see in the far background to the left of that property, you can see that little bathroom window in the application property. And I'm pretty confident now, Ellie, that that's the last of the slides for this one. Thank you. Chairman, as I say, there are no updates to the report, and the recommendation is one of approval subject to conditions. The conditions are outlined in the report. What I would suggest on reflection, having looked at the report, is that if members are minded to approve the application, that we perhaps include a further condition just to control the colour of the render. It is proposed to render the building, and I think it would be useful if we had some control over the colour of that render. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Jill. Thank you very much for the report. We do have a speaker on this, Mr. David Barnett. Mr. Barnett, are you available? Mr. Barnett, are you able to speak? You are at the point where you have an option to speak on the application.
Is that better?
Oh, right. Yes, that's much better.
Thank you. Yes.
Thanks, Mr. Barnett. You've got 3 minutes to present your case to the committee.
Okay, thank you. So we've seen videos then of the property and how it overlooks my property. Let's remember that although there's only one bathroom window there at the moment, the proposal is to have 5 windows overlooking my property from Sandreath Cottage. So the proposal also has an overbearing nature to it. So it's both wings that are going to be pushed out, or more or less to the sides of the actual property itself. So for me, it's going to involve a massive loss of privacy and an invasion of my privacy. During the last meeting, we talked a lot about the higgledy-piggledy nature of the area around the top of Middle Cave Road, and I've kind of reflected on this a little bit. And I think the planning committee probably has a choice here. So does it continue to make decisions that were probably bad decisions to make a higgledy-piggledy area? Or are you going to try and save what character's left in the area? So as was pointed out by the officer, Sandreath Cottage and Sandreath House are a pair. They were built at the same time. They were built using the same materials, and they do look as though they belong together. So the outcome of this decision is going to either keep that going, keep that character of the area there, or it's going to destroy this. And as I don't need to tell you, as the planning committee, once you decide to change something, there's no going back. So just before you make your decision, I would like you to have a think about whether the decision is just another bad decision for the area. In terms of the documentation that's been supplied for the actual developments, or the householder application, still has errors on it, and I pointed these out last time. So there's still errors around trees and falling distance of the development. This is still incorrect on the application form, and there's no acknowledgement still that the mature beech hedge was removed for space for the development prior to the actual knocking down the garage, etc., that you've seen on the video. So every other householder application I've seen on the planning website also has an applicant associated with it, and I can't find an applicant for this application. So the application actually lists Mr. Sean Graham as the applicant, but he has sent in an email to clearly say that he is not the applicant, but he's only the agent for this particular development. So I would ask one of the councillors, please, could you ask the planning department who is the applicant for this particular development, who is the agent, and why the application document remains incomplete with errors at this very late stage of the application. Thank you. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Gary, you've got your hand raised.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I think the question in relation to the completion of the application forms is one that our solicitor Glenn McCusker is here on the call tonight was asked to comment on. It was in relation to the agent signing as the applicant, and had corrected that by confirming he was the agent, but I'll ask Glenn to confirm his position on that in a moment. In terms of the forms that were submitted way back in October now, we've had this quite a long time. It's correct to say that the forms didn't indicate any sort of impacts on trees in relation to the site, which, as members will have seen, there are quite a number of trees in relation to this site, and hedgerows for that matter. And during the processing of the application, a very detailed tree survey and planting plan was submitted, which is on the agenda papers tonight again, Chairman, which was then assessed and appraised by the council's tree and landscape officer as part of that scheme. And indeed, the plan that you have on the agenda tonight, you may not be able to read all of the details on the agenda, but the plan includes very detailed measures to not just protect the trees, but to protect the trees from construction and the future growth that the trees will then carry out in relation to when the extensions are built. Will they have an impact on the house as extended? So quite detailed submissions there, Chairman, and the Council's Tree and Landscape Officer is happy in relation to the information that we now have in relation to trees and planting. So it's not a question of correcting the form, Chairman. The form is the form as it was submitted, but since we've had this application for the last nearly 5 months now, we've received more information which has addressed the issues of impacts on trees and hedgerows in the vicinity of the site. So okay. Perhaps if Glenn can just comment on the applicant agent point, that would be great, Chairman.
Thank you, Gary. Can you hear me, everyone?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Yes, I can confirm what Gary says is correct. It's an agent application. On the application form, there was one minor error, which was subsequently corrected by the agent, and so the application on that basis is valid. Thank you.
Glenn, can I just ask, just because it's been raised by the objector, are we satisfied there are no material matters that would affect this application as a result of the errors that have been suggested are there?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. I will now throw it open to questions from the members. I will come to Councillor Andrews first.
Thank you, Chair. There's two questions. First of all, the objector did ask who the applicant is on behalf of whom the agent is making the application. Secondly, in regard to the site visit, when the regulations change at the end of this month, will we be able to have site visits again?
Councillor Andrews, I'm not sure that that's going to be an option, because I think the regulations changed to 6 people outside and the committee is 10, beg your pardon, plus officers. So I'll ask the officers what their opinion on that is, please.
Chairman, I did query that with the council's environmental health manager earlier this week, and the essence of the roadmap out of COVID that we're already on really doesn't get us to a point where the relaxation that would enable full unencumbered visits to take place is something like the 17th of May. I haven't got the email up in front of me, but it goes beyond April, Chairman.
Thank you, Gary. Jill, did you want to?
Hang on, Chair. I did ask 2 questions. The first one was, do we know who the applicant is, on whose behalf the agent is making the application? I did ask that question.
Thank you, Paul. I was just getting to it. We had the answer to part of it, and we'll get the answer to the rest of it. Thank you, Jill. Can you help us on this one?
I haven't got that. I haven't got it to hand. Gary, are you aware of who the site owner is, who the applicant is?
Oh, sorry, I'm on mute. I believe there's an email that's scanned to the file, Chairman, from the agent that confirms it is a Mr. Now I'm trying to think.
Mr. Haig.
Mr. Haig.
Yeah.
Is that a material planning consideration?
I was just about to go on to say, Chairman, that is essentially an irrelevant consideration.
Thank you very much.
That's on the file.
I suspected the case, but thank you for the confirmation. Right, I will open this up to questions from members. I should just say, by way of an informative to the committee, that I have been on a site visit with a colleague to go and look at the site individually without a proper site meeting. It was in conjunction with a trip that I had to make to Moulton for some essential business. So that I hope that clears it up, that I have been and had a look at the site and walked the route and looked at it from all the angles. I'll open it up to the questions. Councillor Potter.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I raised this at the last meeting, but did I hear Jill correctly when she said there was about a metre gap down the side of the building?
It varies, Councillor Potter, depending on which side. So if you're standing at the access looking at that building with the little window, so at the front of the property, with the extensions on either side, on the left-hand side, which is effectively the eastern elevation of the building, I think there'll be a gap of about a metre. On the other side, the gap is between a metre and a metre and a half.
Right, thank you very much.
Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Just in respect of the north-facing windows on the first floor, condition 3, if it was to be approved, would say that all the first floor north-facing windows would be permanently obscured glazes. Have you got information of what the little ex-bathroom window, was that obscure or was that clear glass? Do we know?
I can't recall off the top of my head. I can't recall. I'm sorry.
I think
no problem, thanks.
My recollection, Councillor Cleary, because I did go to the site many months ago, was that it probably wasn't totally unobscured, but at what level, I wouldn't like to say. But the point is that window could have been re-glazed with unobscured glass. There was no control over it.
Okay. I don't see any other hands raised, so may I ask for some clarification? And forgive me, but I just really want to get this nailed so that we're absolutely clear about this. That all the upper windows on that front-facing elevation are going to be obscure glass. The second point is, do we know the distance between the two properties so that that's clear in everybody's mind? And then my final question relates to the conditions, because the conditions at 3 say that we will use permanently obscure glass, and condition 4 says no other openings are going to be inserted into the north wall without the express permission. Can I also ask if it's possible to beef up that condition 4 that says that those openings at condition 3 must always be obscure glazed? Is that an option so that we have that security for the objector? Thanks, Jill.
Yeah, we can tighten that condition up to say that they should always remain obscure glazed.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Gary, you've got
and just to point out that yes, all of those windows that are proposed on the north facing elevation are proposed to be obscure glazed. The distance between the property, so the front wall of the application property and the sort of the back wall of 41C is 21 metres.
Thanks, Jill. Gary.
Thank you, Chairman. Jill's covered the point. It's just the distance. It's actually mentioned in the report that's appended on page 10.
Sorry, I must have missed it.
Yeah, it's just below. It's the first paragraph below bullet point 2, impact on adjacent residents. It's in there, but it is the 20 metre point.
Yeah, my apologies. I've just missed that one. Sorry. Councillor Thackeray.
Thank you. If my memory serves me correctly, at the previous planning meeting where we discussed this property, the first floor north-facing windows, I believe, are onto rooms that do not require fire escape from those windows. Could you clarify that, please? Yeah, well,
sorry.
I'll spill out what I'm trying to get at is that I fully appreciate the permanently obscure glazed windows. However, if they're permanently open obscure glazed windows. They don't serve any purpose whatsoever. So what I would like to see in there is that there should all be non-opening, permanently obscure glazed windows.
I think, to be honest, I think it would be the windows are to serve an ensuite, a stairwell, 2 bedrooms and a dressing room. I think to restrict them to be entirely non-opening, I think would be unreasonable. I think if we could agree the openings that meant that they were top hung and therefore they couldn't be opened to effectively invade the privacy of anyone opposite, I think it would be unreasonable for someone not to be able to open and ventilate rooms through a top hung opening window.
Thank you. In which case, can we condition that they're top hung opening permanently obscure glazed windows?
Well, we could. I mean, the condition was written so that the details of window openings were to be agreed, and that's certainly what we would be looking to achieve. A means of opening that meant that they could open, but wouldn't compromise the privacy of effectively the neighbour opposite. So we could reword the condition to include reference to top hung.
Yeah, but I mean, we're here as a planning committee to make a decision on the specific item, which is obviously the bone of contention and the one issue that's upsetting the objector. Why don't we agree that we will amend that to say top hung permanently obscure glazed windows?
Shall we take that into debate, Councillor Thackeray?
Yeah, fine.
Okay, that's great. Thank you. Have members any other questions? Because then I'll move into debate. Gary.
Thank you, Chairman. It was just on that last point, and the essence of, I believe, the case officer's discussions with the applicant's agents around these windows is that perhaps some of them might be able to be fixed, and so it wasn't to say they all should be, but those that for whatever reason needed to have a vent or a ventilation then would be the sort that we're talking about being top hung, really in response to Councillor Thackeray's reasonable concerns, really, in that sense, because clearly if the windows were totally open, then they're not being obscured, and that clearly isn't the intent of the condition as drafted.
Thank you, Gary, for that. I think we're getting somewhere with this. I'm going to move it into debate if there are no other questions, and I don't see anybody indicating, unless Councillor Andrews, you're indicating you have a question again, or you want to be first in the debate.
To be first in the debate, please, Chair.
Well, as the local member, Paul, I would have automatically have come to you first. Okay, it's open for debate, Paul.
Right, thank you. Thank you, Chair. I'm familiar with this property, Chair, and I'm familiar with the neighbourhood. And as the objector says, it is basically some very large gardens with trees, and you look across it, and it's got quite a pleasant view. This proposal is a proposal to double the size of the building and to render it so that it will look completely different to what it is. So you could refuse this on the basis of its bulk alone, I reckon. The actual built house that it overlooks may be 60 feet away. However, the new building will overlook straight into his garden, which can't be particularly pleasant. I listened to what has been said about windows, and 5 glazed windows, 2 in bedrooms, two glazed windows, I think it was, is in a bedrooms, I think we were told, and one dressing room window glazed. I'm sorry, Chair, I just don't see it. I see that as soon as this planning application has gone through, that the developer, who has kept himself his name secret, so we don't know who it is, but I'm sure the developer, who's probably a property developer, will put in an application to have that condition removed. There's a clear threat on the amenities of the neighbouring property. I think it's I think it's too big. I think it's an invasion of his privacy. I think it's an invasion of his amenities. I'm sorry, Chair. I'm just not convinced. I would move approval. I mean, I would move refusal. I'm sorry. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Andrews. Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I have to disagree with the local member, and I don't like disagreeing with the local member, but on this occasion I have to. I know this well. I used to walk up that Ginnell on my way to the hospital regularly, so I do know the area very well. As we've already discussed, the north-facing first floor windows are going to be obscure glazing, and we're not quite clear as to what the existing window it was. But I suspect there could even be an argument to say you've got planning gain because what was clear glazed is now going to be obscure glazed. It's going to bring a rather tired old property back into use. It certainly fills the plot somewhat, but not to any great extent. And I don't think, as we've already discussed, the grain or the pattern of of properties in the area is. I wouldn't have used the word higgledy-piggledy, but I wouldn't have said there's a definite grain or style to the housing there. In fact, there's a very marked variation in styles of architecture. So on this occasion, I can't, I have to go with the recommendation. I would actually move approval, Madam Chairman.
Thank you very much, Councillor Cleary. Councillor Potter.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yeah, I too did my own site visit. I still think it's overdevelopment of the site by largely filling this plot. However, I don't believe the proposed building will look out of place, as Councillor Cleary said, because there is a complete lack of any conformity in the surrounding dwellings, and that is building materials and alignment of them. I'm quite confident that the overlooking can and no doubt will be effectively dealt with through conditions in consultation with officers, and I don't believe there are any credible grounds for refusal, so I'm quite happy to second approval. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Potter. Any other members wish to speak on this item? Okay, can I say from the chair that I spent some time up there last week looking at this property. I am satisfied that the conditions are such that it is possible to support the officer recommendation for approval. So that's what I'm going to be doing from the chair. I'm happy to take any other comments before I go to the vote if anybody has anything else to say. No. Councillor Thackeray.
Yes, just going back to what I asked, how do we introduce the additional wording into the condition 3 in respect of window openings to be top hung, if not non-opening?
Okay, thanks, Councillor Thackeray.
I'd like to propose that is included in the permission, not
I'm just going to do that now.
Woolly and floating about thereafter.
I'm just going to do that now. So let's just nail the conditions before we go to the approval so that we all know what we're voting for. So Councillor Thackeray has asked for the condition to be tightened with regard to the opening of the windows. Jill, is that possible? And I think Definitely. I asked that we tightened the condition so it could not be changed from obscure glazing.
Yes, so the condition can be worded so that it includes reference to the fact that it needs to be remain. They need to remain obscure glazed, and we can include reference to the fact that they need to be top hung in the amended condition, the amended wording.
And members, oh, Councillor Andrews.
Yeah, Chair, just asking a question really. Is it possible for me to second Councillor Thackeray's amendment without me prejudicing my opposition to the development?
Why don't I second that and then?
Yeah.
Okay.
Good idea.
And are you happy for my request that the obscure glazing is tightened up so that it cannot be changed in the future?
Yep. Yep.
Right. So may we go to the vote, members? It has been moved and seconded for approval, and the conditions to be tightened so that the fenestration is top hung in the upper floors and it must be obscure glazed. If members are happy with the tightening of the conditions and the proposal to approve, can you let me know? So I'm going to go down the list in alphabetical order. Councillor Andrews.
Refuse, Chair.
Councillor Bailey.
For approve.
Thank you. Councillor Cleary.
Approve.
Thank you. From the chair, Councillor Goodrick, I approve. For Councillor Hope.
Approve.
Thank you. Councillor Mackenzie.
Approve.
Councillor Nathan.
For approval.
Thank you. Councillor Potter.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Thackeray.
For.
Thank you. And Councillor Windress.
For.
Okay. Thank you, members. That item is approved, subject to the changes from the condition, which I'll leave with officers, on 9 votes to 1 against. Thank you very much. Members are happy. We'll move on to agenda item 7, which is application number 2000981, Major Full. This is Mr. A. Braithwaite, Ella's Farm Distillery, change of use and extensions, alterations and partial demolition of agricultural buildings to form a climate positive distillery with visitor centre and shop, etc. And I think this is with Neve.
Yes, that's right. Thank you, Chair.
You'll find it on page 16 of your agenda, members.
Yeah, thank you. If we could just go to the map, that would be great, Ellie. Thank you. Brilliant. Thank you very much. So Eller's Farm is located to the south of the road that runs between Stamford Bridge and Buttercram. The site includes a range of former farm buildings, which the design and access statement confirms are in use for commercial storage at present and no longer in use for agriculture. The site is located within the wider open countryside, with one dwelling, which is Eller's Farm Cottage, located to the northwest. And there are holiday units, which include Eller's Farmhouse and B1 business units to the east. If we could move on to the first few pictures, Ellie, please. Sorry, Ellie, if we could just move on to the next photograph, please. While we're just waiting for the next photo, we'll just confirm. So this application seeks permission for the change of use, extensions and alterations and partial demolition of these agricultural buildings. And it's intended to form a climate positive distillery with a visitor centre and shop. There will be storage buildings for plants, and there will be an above ground bio LPG tank with parking and landscaping surrounding the site and also the wider site under the same ownership. This is coming to members with a recommendation for a delegation to the head of planning following the expiry of the publicity period, which actually runs to the 24th of March. Whilst we've had no representations from any third parties to date, any further comments that we do get will be fully considered. So this photograph is looking west towards the road as you'd be going to Stamford Bridge. And within that, you can see the access to the site. And just to the left-hand side of the photograph, there is Eller's farmhouse, which is used for holiday accommodation at present. If we could just move on to the next photograph, please. And this is looking east on the road as you would be travelling towards Buttercram, with just another image of the site entrance there. So if we could just move on to the next one, please. And this is a photograph that shows Eller's Farm Cottage, which is to the northwest of the application site as you were looking at it on the map. And this shows one of the buildings that will be converted as part of the scheme to provide storage. So if we could just move on to the next one. Okay. So the committee report provides a significant amount of detail on the proposal itself, so I won't repeat that in depth. However, it is noted that the proposed scheme would retain the majority of the existing buildings on the site, including the Dutch barn, which you can just see on the next photograph, if we could just flick to that. So the Dutch barn, when converted and extended to become the main distillery and visitor centre building, it's noted that throughout the site, the buildings are generally in a fairly poor state of repair, and two of the buildings would actually be removed to facilitate the proposal, one of which is the pole barn that's just to the left-hand side of this photograph. It's considered that the buildings would be sensitively converted, and the retained buildings and the new elements would have a visually cohesive design with vertical timber boarding and corrugated roof cladding, which is very common to rural locations throughout the district. So I'll just take you through the rest of the photographs now. So if we could just move on, that is just looking at the side of the holiday accommodation and just the access to the site for the little corner of what would become a storage building. So if we could move on to the next one, please. Sorry, if we could just move on to the next photo, please.
I'm seeing these photographs okay, Neve, but I don't think you are.
You are seeing them? Oh, okay, so you're seeing them okay. Okay,
Yeah.
the one that I see at the minute is just looking towards the east of the building that would be converted. So if we could just flick through to the next one. I think you will have seen these photographs as well in advance of the meeting. So I'll just kind of continue on. There would be 20 car parking spaces within the site, and there would be room for large vehicles, such as delivery vehicles, to manoeuvre as well. And just to the east of the main building, which you may be seeing at the moment, that is the location, oh sorry, to the west of that building, that's the location of where the proposed nature pond, which is a kind of conservation area that would also accept the surface water drainage from the site, would be located. And then just whenever you were thinking about the map at the beginning, there would be an LPG tank just located to the south of the buildings within the site. So in terms of the principle, as detailed in the report, is considered to be acceptable. It would relate to the conversion and reuse of what are presently redundant traditional farm buildings. And they would be converted in a sensitive manner, which in itself is a sustainable approach and will secure their long-term retention rather than them being lost and falling into further disrepair. It's acknowledged that the nature of the business being a distillery will also benefit from the wider open countryside location, because it will allow for the abstraction of water as a resource for the distillery. This will be separate to a subject permit that will be subject to separate permitting from the Environment Agency. The business is also projected to provide approximately 20 new jobs, which is clearly beneficial to the local economy. And as noted in the report, there is a detailed climate positive business document. The first is kind of forecasting and offsetting of the carbon footprint. And then phase 2 will include separate certification. So that's sort of above and beyond what a business is kind of required to do. The proposal would also encourage tourism in line with policy SP8, and it's our view that it would contribute to our reputation as an area becoming well noted for food production. As noted, we consider the proposal to be sensitive in terms of design, and there also was a detailed landscape and visual impact assessment submitted, and that, together with the detailed landscaping scheme, in our view, will relate to an enhancement to the immediate setting and also to wider landscape views. There will be a condition related to lighting recommended to ensure it doesn't appear incongruous. In terms of amenity, following review with the Council's environmental health team and the consideration of a submitted noise assessment, it's concluded that this development wouldn't relate to harm to the occupier of the neighbouring residential property. Residential amenities therefore considered to be protected. We would seek a condition to limit the opening hours of the visitor centre, and the visitor centre will actually also be subject to a separate licensing process with the Council's environmental health team. As part of this application, there's also been detailed consultation with the Environment Agency in relation to draining. We've now confirmed no objections to the scheme. The development would incorporate the use of a new package treatment plant, which is considered sustainable in terms of the drainage hierarchy. The surface water pond is also welcomed, and there's an ecological enhancement element to that approach. North Yorkshire County Council highways have been consulted, and there was a detailed transport plan submitted. They have no objection subject to certain conditions. The proposal is also considered acceptable in terms of ecology and in terms of the recommended contamination conditions. The Parish Council didn't respond to the application, and no objections or any comments have been received from third parties at this point. East Riding of Yorkshire Council were also consulted and made no response. Therefore, overall, it's considered that this proposal is acceptable in principle and subject to the recommended conditions, is recommended for delegation to the head of planning following the conclusion of the additional advertisement period. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Niamh. We do have a speaker this evening, and that's the applicant, Mr. Andrew Braithwaite. Mr. Braithwaite, can you confirm you can hear me and you're ready to speak on your application?
I can, Madam Chair.
Right, Mr. Braithwaite, you have 3 minutes. I will try and give you a warning when you have 30 seconds left. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity to address the committee. I would like to thank the planning officer for their due consideration and the recommendation in the application for approval. I wish to highlight 3 areas of the application for the committee members' consideration prior to determination. Firstly, to support our climate positive statement. I'm pleased that the report acknowledges our forward-thinking approach to sustainability, as this will be fundamental to everything we do at Ellis Farm. At the start of the application process, we established our climate positive position and to date have planted 442 trees, offsetting 33 tonnes of CO2. This is much greater than the impact of the business so far. Through our partnership with Ecology, we will offset every employee's business and personal CO2 footprint. Our business structure places 20% of the business into trust for all of our employees. This will help ensure that everyone is accountable for its impact and shares in its success. In every business decision, we will seek to minimise our impact on the planet, such as sourcing our bottles in Yorkshire instead of cheaper European alternatives. What we cannot reasonably avoid, we will offset to a greater value that we consume. Given its importance, we are currently in the process of hiring our sustainability manager, the first new employee, and I have recently agreed an intern project partnering with the University of York to forward forecast our impacts. Ellis Farm Distillery will seek B Corp certification, which we understand will be the first in Yorkshire. We will also look to third-party certification of our products, such as Planet Mark and Carbon Neutral, to confirm our sustainable and ethical credentials. Secondly, I am pleased that the report acknowledges this proposal will strongly contribute towards the tourism within the district. Our business plans are based around creating an international vodka brand, as well as other exciting products. Jamie Baggett, our master distiller, has won 150 national and international awards, including the world's best vodka for Chase Distillery. Jamie has also worked with celebrities such as Heston Blumenthal and Marco Pierre White. He will no doubt win many more awards, raising the profile of both Ellis Farm and also that of Ryedale and North Yorkshire. The distillery will be a tourist attraction for visitors to the region as well as drinks enthusiasts globally. This aligns to and amplifies the region's growing reputation for high quality food and drink, and I'm excited to play our part. Finally, the report indicates this proposal satisfies all the relevant plans, policies and frameworks subject to the recommended conditions. We considered numerous locations before concluding on Ellis Farm. Position and provenance coupled with Ryedale's credentials for food, drink and tourism make this the ideal location. We believe we've created a proposal that gives this site a new and economically viable future, which is not only sympathetic to its surroundings, but enhances them. I trust the committee can see that we do things the right way, evidence in the detail of the submission that we've made, as well as the numerous reports and assessments that were commissioned to support it. I hope the committee looks favourably upon this application and thank them for their consideration. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Right. I had hands up that have since disappeared. So, Councillor Mason, your hand was up. Councillor Andrew, then yours, and Councillor Thackeray. Because you've taken your hands down, does that mean you don't wish to ask any questions?
The applicant answered my question, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Andrews. Councillor Thackeray.
Yes, I think mine is a comment rather than a question.
Okay, can we leave it for the debate?
That's correct, yeah.
Thank you very much. Councillor Mason, you have a question.
Yeah, my question is, this looks quite a good application. Is there any other renewable energy proposed for the site, i.e. solar panels, PV, batteries, that sort of thing, to make it climate positive? I'm a little confused by the climate positive comment when they're now using LPG, be it biogas. You know, there's no guarantee that biogas will be available. So I'm just curious about where the energy, the electrical energy, is going to be brought in from renewable energy sources.
Thank you, Councillor Mason. The use of the biomass that was updated during the application period, it's detailed in the report that confirmation was sought from the agent as to whether that change would have any impact upon their climate positive element. The agent confirmed the following. They noted, our client has confirmed that the scheme still has green potentials and these will be continued with the future suppliers of ingredients and materials used in the production. The change from biomass was indeed influenced by cost, but also in the difficulty in establishing how much noise would be generated, a point raised by your environmental health consultant. The proposed alternative LPG boilers will run on bio-LPG, which I understand is not considered fossil fuel, and the supplier provides certificates demonstrating the CO2 reduction. The bio-LPG will be stored in a single 3,500 litre tank. And then following that, subsequently, there was the submission of the 3-page climate positive business overview document that was available to view and was referenced in the report. And it was considered that, you know, following review of that it was a forward-thinking approach to sustainability. And I'm sure if they are going for those third-party certifications, it's something that could always be looked at again in the future. But at this point, it does seem that it has serious kind of climate credentials that are welcomed.
Yeah, I agree. But my question was: is there any other renewable energy provision on the site? Because LPG is LPG, whether it's biogas or fossil fuel. That's my question, and I was wondering if the electricity.
Nothing else
Nothing
specifically
else.
that I'm aware of.
Okay,
So it's more about the kind of ingredients and materials, I believe, is where they're coming with the climate positive marker.
Which is very, very admirable. I just wanted to wonder if they could have taken it slightly further.
Councillor Bailey.
I might have missed this, but was an asbestos survey done?
An asbestos survey I don't believe has been done at the moment, but our environmental health officers have recommended a condition that prior to any construction works, contamination conditions will have to be satisfied. So there will be a phase 1 survey that can identify aspects like that, and then if there is a need, then that will be followed up with further surveys as well.
Thank you, Councillor Mason. I was just about to ask if that was a legacy hand. Do any other members have questions for the officers, please, on the report? I'm not seeing any hands, so I will.
Oh,
sorry.
Sorry, I think just to identify, actually, I think I might have given you the wrong information there. This has been reviewed by an environmental health officer in terms of contamination. Bear with me just a second. Sorry, there already has been a phase 1 report, which was undertaken in October 2020, submitted. Our environmental health officers reviewed that, and he says he doesn't believe there needs to be any further intrusive ground investigation required. He did recommend a condition that any unexpected contamination during building work must be flagged up with us, and that condition has been attached.
Okay, thank you for that. Are you happy with that, Jim?
If it's included in an asbestos survey, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Thackeray.
Yes, just to echo Councillor Bailey, really, but I would assume and presume, given the age of the traditional farm building, that it will be asbestos. So obviously it'll need a condition on there to be professionally removed.
I think what I can do, because we are still awaiting the completion of the publicity period, is if you're happy for us to make sure that everything is, again, to the satisfaction of the environmental health officer who deals with contamination, we can just make sure that that is all kind of tied up by condition.
Are you satisfied that with Councillor Thackeray?
Yeah, personally satisfied. It would be for the environmental health officer to be satisfied, I suppose, not me, really.
Okay, thanks for that. Does any other member have? Neve, you've got your hand up. Do you want to come back on anything, or is it just a legacy? Thank you. Do any other members have questions for the officer? Okay, thank you very much, members. I'm going to move it into debate, and I'm the local member. Sorry, everybody. So on this occasion, I'm going to go first. It's not very often that this happens. I've looked at this application. I've been to the site. I'm very familiar with the site. I pass the site quite often when I'm bombing around my patch. And it's some years since I actually looked at Ella's Farm and Ella's Farm buildings. But the buildings are in an untidy state, which is commensurate with the fact that they're not being used. And why would you keep buildings tidy if you're not using them in your business? So I think this is a hugely exciting project. I think it brings huge gains in tourism for the district. And I, frankly, am very, very happy to support this. So I will be recommending this for approval as per the officer's recommendation. So I will now open it up to other members for debate. and I will go to Councillor Cleary because he was first. Thanks, Michael.
Thanks, Madam Chairman. Yes, I've nothing much to add really, other than the fact that when I've passed it well, except for the last year, I've passed it frequently, going sedately about your patch. It's plus, and there's nothing I can see that's wrong with this. It's an existing farmstead that is being revamped. Some of the buildings will go. Getting rid of some of the tired old pole barn, revamping other buildings on the site. It's food related, agriculture related. Yeah, I'm not going to say any more than that. I second approval.
Thank you very much, Councillor Cleary. Councillor Andrews.
Yes, Chair, I'm very much impressed. I think it's a commendable project. Love to see environmental aspects improvements there, and it's be a wonderful addition to the tourism business of our district. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Andrews. Councillor Potter.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yeah, I think this is potentially an excellent addition to the local tourism industry. It's in a sensible location. I very much approve of the plans for sustainable water use and treatment, along with a credible aim to be carbon positive. Like Councillor Mason, I was a little bit concerned at the site of LPG, although if we're to believe all the bump that came with it, it is going to be carbon positive, and it's possibly better than the what was previously proposed in the wood pellets, which are quite debatable about their sustainability, especially if they're imported. So if only there were more people trying to implement similar aims, there'd be a significant cumulative impact. And if only there was more effective leadership and policy to create economies of scale from all public bodies, from governments right down to local councils, including our own. So yes, very much approve of this. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Potter. Councillor Mason.
You're muted, Steve.
Councillor Mason, you're muted. Do you wish to speak?
Yeah, just to follow on from Councillor Potter, I know the supply of biogas is difficult in this area because I source it myself from my own workshops. We use it, and it's quite difficult to find sometimes. One thing that does raise a little concern for me is the use of offsetting. And offsetting for me, until you try to mitigate your carbon footprint, offsetting is the last resort. And for me, I think an addition of renewable energy to decarbonise their electrical supply would be a great addition, but that's not ask the applicant if they would consider that really to install that sort of facility. I know you can reduce your carbon footprint a hell of a lot more by just reducing your carbon footprint using a solar battery, that sort of thing. But everything else, I'm going to support this, but I would sort of ask they consider that before they just try and offset their carbon.
Thanks, Councillor Mason. Councillor Thackeray.
Yes, I would just like to say that I personally like the design of the traditional Dutch barn being reused. I think that's very good, but I think this ought to be registered somewhere in the annals of Ryedale District Council that the age of a traditional farm building be noted, because previously we have turned down applications whereby we've had a steel frame building which is old but identical to a traditional Dutch barn, on the basis that it wasn't a traditional building. So either the wording of tonight's report is in error by classifying it as a traditional farm building, or Ryedale's playing catch up, which I would applaud if they are.
Thank you for your comments, Councillor Thackeray. Councillor Andrews, your hand is still raised. Is it the legacy hand, Councillor Andrews? Councillor Andrews, your hand is raised. I believe you've spoken, but is it a legacy hand? Councillor Thackeray, your hand is still up as well. Sorry.
I don't think Councillor Andrews is at his desk, Chairman.
No, I don't think he is either. Okay. Which then brings me to another dilemma, because we're now at the stage where it's been moved and seconded for approval, and Councillor Andrews is the first one to decide whether he's going to support or not. So, Councillor Andrews, are you still with us?
I am, Chair. Yes, I'll support that.
Sorry, Councillor Andrews, your hand is raised. Did you have something you wish to add before I go to the vote, or is it a legacy hand?
I think it must be a legacy hand, Chair. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. Right, I'm going to move. The item has been moved and seconded for approval. So I'm going to go. Councillor Andrews.
Approved, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Clear. Councillor Bailey, sorry.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Cleary.
Approve.
Thank you. Councillor Goodrick, myself, is for. Thank you. Councillor Hope.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Mackenzie.
Approve.
Thank you. Councillor Mason.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Potter.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Thackeray.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Windress.
For.
Thank you very much, members. That is approved, subject to the completion of the period of advertising, I think it was, Neve, if I'm correct. And I don't think there were any amendments to conditions either, were there?
No, I will just check on the asbestos aspect with our environmental health team.
Can I leave that with planning to sort that out? Thank you, members. Perfect. Thank you. Moving on to item 8, please, members. It is page 67 on your agenda, and it is application number 20/0/01253 Major Full, Poplars Farm, Malton Road, West Napton, and it's for the erection of a livestock building for pigs and associated 4-number feed bins and hard standing. And I think, Alan, you're taking this.
Thank you, Chairman. Alan's not actually with us tonight, so
oh, right, okay.
He's delegated upwards.
Right, fair enough.
Asked me to present both of his applications tonight, Chairman. And the first one of which is at Scampston, which is an application for a livestock building for pigs with associated feed buildings in hard standing areas at Poplars Farm, Malton Road, West Napton. In fact, if we can probably, there are no updates really of any note, Chairman, so if we can go straight to the presentation, I'll just acquaint members with the location. Thank you. Thanks, Ellie. So just where it says Napton Lodge Cottages and the word Google on that image, that's the word Google is pretty much sat right across the top of Napton Maltings. So if you can picture where that is in the railway line, as you're heading northwards over the crossing, the access into the site is immediately then on the left to the west, and heading along that very straight access track, private farm access track, which serves 2 or 3 farmsteads down there, I think, plus also the Happy Paws dog kennels where the Ryedale Dog Rescue is located. So it's out on the Vale at Pickering, and as you can see, the access track leads westwards away from the main access point, and then dogleg north towards Poplars Farm, which is an established farmstead, an established piggery, and this is an additional farm building located just to the west of where the main farmhouse is located. So if you can just go to the next slide, please, Ellen. And this just shows you the location in a little more detail. So you can see there the access way approaching to the farmhouse from the south. And just as you get to the farmhouse, there's another little side farm track to the building that's called Grain Store. And this additional pig building would be located immediately to the west of that. So that's where it sits on the site, Chairman. The next slide, please, Ellie. So this is the point of the entrance into the site from the highway. and as you can see, it's a very flat landscape, and the access track, which I say is a shared access way, goes past a couple of residential properties there located to the north of the maltings. In fact, just beyond the roof slope of the house, you can see the background of the maltings behind it. The next photo, Ellie. This is the view looking northwards from the access point, as if you're heading off towards the Ebbston direction. And the next photograph, Ellie, is the view looking back down towards the crossing. So that's the crossing where the railway is, and you can just see actually some of the taller buildings which are mainly obscured by conifers from this point, which form the maltings. The next photo, Ellie. This is just a little bit further up the access track from where the first photograph was taken. And as you can see, although it's in fairly good condition, there are one or two potholes in the track at this point. And members may already have noticed on the agenda papers on page 75, a later plan was submitted from the applicant showing their proposals to upgrade this section of road, to resurface it and put it in good order, where it runs adjacent to the nearest two residential properties. As you'll have seen, we did receive an objection from one of the occupiers of one of those properties, but that's on page 75. We carry on to the next slide, Ellie. At this point, you've gone to the point in the access track where you then head almost in a northerly direction, and you can just see in the distance from here the location of the farm buildings, which are the other side of the overhead lines. If you carry on to the next photo, this is a view taken from the west towards the existing farmstead. So here you've got a traditional farmhouse, some more traditional red brick and pan tile traditional farm buildings, Councillor Thackeray, and then behind that we've got some farm buildings of a newer vintage, which might still be traditional. It's interesting. So the next photo, please. Yeah, so that's just panning across towards the portal frame buildings, we'll call them, and beyond that is another building, behind where the silo is, and that's the existing main piggery building that's already on the site. So the next photograph, Ellie. This is looking back westwards along the secondary track, and you can see there's the main slightly taller storage building in the foreground, again with another silo. And again, if you can take the next photograph, please, Ellie. This is looking back down the track towards the farmhouse, although the farmhouse is obscured by these two other buildings. And the next photo, please, Ellie. And this is the immediately next to that building is where the proposed building would be located. I'd say the proposed building is lower profile in the landscape than the two bigger storage buildings that you've just been looking at. But clearly it's still a substantial building, which is why it's primarily on the agenda tonight, Chairman, is because it's a major development. Next photo, please, Ali. And this is a view back further down the track, looking back towards where the corner of the field where the building would be located. And the next one, Ellie. This is just panning round. So the building's located in the foreground of the corner of the field, just in front of where the taller building, the existing taller building would be located. And the next photograph, Ellie. I think this may be the last photograph, Chairman. This is the location of the surface water lagoon, or where that would be in relation to the proposed building, which is on page 76. I think, Chairman, actually from this view, you can see how far you are from the maltings. You can see the maltings in the background there. So this access track is quite a long access way. You're a long way from the nearest point of the public highway. And at this point, I would say that the building would not be visible from the entrance point, which I showed you at the first photographs. But it's just the nature of the very flat Vale of Pickering landscape that the effect of the filtered hedgerows and distances has a very good screening effect, even on sometimes quite large buildings. So I think that's the last photograph, Chairman. The only other point of information, sort of preempting some of the questions that might have come tonight, was around renewables. And early on in the process, Alan Goforth had asked that question. The applicant is actually in discussions with a solar PV supplier. I think originally they were looking at perhaps mounting something on the building, but it was going to be very difficult to do that. And their supplier has advised that mounting these on pig buildings sometimes does create difficulties with dust and keeping them clean and them losing efficiency. So at the moment they are exploring a ground PV installation, but that would, Chairman, perhaps be a separate application because we don't have the details of that at the moment. That's it, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Gary. I'm just making some notes because you just said that the ground PV, if it came forward, would be a separate application. Thank you for that. There are no speakers on this one tonight, I don't believe. Nope, looking at my notes. Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Yeah, I'm just referring to the report on the representations where there's a mention of a particular accident black spot and a number of accidents. The highways report mentions nothing. I just wonder if we've got any evidence that there have actually been accidents at that location.
Thank you, Councillor Cleary. I mean, that's something that when we got the comment, Alan actually went back to the Highway Authority to query it, because there was a query about access point as well. Although it's close to the crossing, it's about 100 metres or so away from the crossing. In terms of what highways have assessed is essentially that they're happy with the visibility, the access visibility, and there's no information on reported accidents. And I think sometimes, Chairman, that is the issue, is that the locals might be aware of an accident or a near miss or whatever, but it's not recorded. But the Highway Authority can only assess it on the basis of the information that they've got. And as I understand it, Chairman, the proposed access point, well, the existing access point has a safe bill of health. It has adequate visibility, and the Highway Authority are not concerned about the additional increase in activity associated with the peaks of this use. Peak activity tends to be on filling and emptying, but as you can see, the vehicle emptying is done over, as I understand it, a 2-week period, and 20 vehicles over a 2-week period is not that intense, to be honest. The feeding lorries, I think, are once a day.
Thank you for that. Any other questions from members? I don't see any hands raised.
Sorry, Chairman, I was wrong. The feed lorries are once a week, not once a day.
Thank you for that. Thank you for the clarity. Gary,
very greedy pigs.
Yeah, I do have a question, and perhaps I should have raised it earlier, but I just wondered if there was a reason why the new building is not positioned closer to the existing farm buildings, because it seems a little divorced from the farmstead itself.
It is a little, Chairman, but I think some of this is around what's the word I'm looking for? It's more around it's not hygiene, it's more around security of disease. From one intense building or fairly intense building to another. And when you look at them on the plan, they do seem a little spread. Even the storage buildings as they are spread compared with some farmsteads. But I think the key issue here is, I suppose, that the public view of them is so limited that we're not actually perceiving them as dispersed through the landscape.
Okay, thank you for that. I just wanted some clarification. Do any other members have questions for the officers?
Yes, Chairman.
Oh, yeah, Councillor Hope.
Yeah. What about the water management and that? Is that into the lagoon, or I noticed in one of them there's a bit of a gutter on that. What's happening to the water and the effluent?
It's a slurry-based system which will be controlled ultimately through the permitting regime with the Environment Agency, which will as I understand it, be taking place separately, assuming planning permission is granted. But that's around the slurry-based arrangements, which the report details. In terms of surface water arrangements, because of where we are, ground infiltration is not possible, so hence the surface water lagoon, which is then only released at a controlled rate. But both of those have been agreed by the LLFA and the IDB. As you can imagine, the IDB are quite active in this location.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions, members? Otherwise, I'll move it into debate. No other questions. I will move it into debate.
Chair.
Councillor Mason.
Yeah, could Gary just repeat the bit about the too dusty for solar panels bit? I got that. I wasn't quite sure where that recommendation came from.
Sorry,
I'm only, Councillor Mason, I'm only repeating the, and we got it on an email from the agent who had advised us of this from the solar PV supplier, that they would prefer to not have anything mounted on the building but actually ground mounted. That they're still looking into that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, right, I'll move it into debate. I'm just wondering if there is a local member for this area, because I think it would possibly be Councillor Garbutt Moore, but I don't think I've got a local member. Does anybody want to pick this up for me? Okay, Michael Cleary, Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Yeah, I'm very happy to support the recommendation. I have slight reservations about the layout, where it's not in the immediate sort of adjacency to existing buildings, but that's not a material planning reason to stop it. And as we've already established, there are no views or very far-reaching views because of the landscape. So yeah, I've said it before, I'll say it again, it's an investment in agriculture. It's what we support. There's no reason why we should go against this at all. So I'm very happy to propose approval. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Cleary. Councillor Mason, your hand is still up. Is that a legacy hand, or did you want to comment?
Legacy, sorry.
Okay, Councillor Thackeray.
Yes, it's just an observation, and going back to what one or two people have said about its location. Is it possible to classify this building as being development in the open countryside, and is it also eating into arable land, which are previously on the planning committee? I've heard people question the use of prime land for development when there is other land available. Maybe somebody can answer that.
Well, I think there's a question in there somewhere. I think the issue here is that clearly, given the nature of the development that we're dealing with, it usually, in fact, almost exclusively occurs in what we would determine as being open countryside. Anything in our local plan beyond a development limit is technically open countryside. But clearly, you've got farms that are producing different things. Some are livestock, some are arable, some are mixed. This particular farm is a pig unit. There is a pig unit on the farm, but equally there's also land with it. They're looking to develop and expand the piggery. And I think practically the location of the building is as close as reasonably practicable to the existing group of buildings. The remaining farmland will still be the remaining farmland. So the actual area covered by the development in the context of the holding is pretty small.
Thanks for that, Gary. We are in debate.
Yeah, sorry.
It's all right. We are in debate. Did you want to say anything further, Councillor Thackeray?
Yeah, thank you. I did. Just that we move the building into the open countryside, and then we don't put the solar panels on the roof. We move the solar panels into the countryside. Hey ho, there you go.
Thank you for that. Councillor Mackenzie.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, looking at this, it is an investment in agriculture. agriculture plays a really important part of what we do here, and I'm happy to second Councillor Cleary's motion for approval.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mason. Anybody else wishes to make any comments?
That was Councillor Mackenzie, Chair, just for the record.
Sorry?
That was Councillor Mackenzie who made that comment, just for the record, not Councillor Mason.
Sorry, Councillor Mason. It was Councillor Mackenzie. Sorry. Does anybody?
Sorry. Go on.
Does anybody else have any other comments to make?
Yeah, me.
Right, Councillor Mason.
Very confusing, all these M's. To be honest, it's agreeing with Simon. Again, we've had 2 applications come through tonight with this casual, we'll chuck some renewables on it at some point, don't worry about it. I find it incredibly frustrating. It seems to be this afterthought still now, and as Simon points out, we're expanding into the countryside with this building, so where are they going to put the solar panels in? Like, further down, how far away do they have to be before they get too dusty? Because apparently they're too dusty if they're on the roof. Does that mean they have to be 200 yards away? And it just seems to be people are chucking in these things into applications just to keep us happy, thinking we're going to happen. We need to work out some sort of way that we can ensure that this is going to happen, because it's just, some of it's just pie in the sky. I'm sorry, it really is.
Okay. Thank you very much. Anybody else got any other comments? Otherwise, it has been moved and seconded for approval, and I will take it to the vote unless somebody indicates that they wish to speak. Okay, nobody's indicated. Can we please go to the vote? Councillor Andrews.
Approved, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Bailey.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Cleary.
Approve.
Thank you. Myself, Caroline Goodrick from the chair. For. Councillor Hope.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Mackenzie.
For.
Councillor Mason.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Potter.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Thackeray.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Windress.
For.
Thank you very much, members. That is approved unanimously. Can I now move us on to item, gosh, lost my place, beg your pardon, item 9, which is on page 86 of your agenda, and that's application number 20/001214 full. This is for Ashbury Grange, Lowlands Farm, Amblethorpe, and it's a change of use of agricultural land to allow the siting of 3-number letting camping pods and associated parking. And I think, Niamh, you're doing this one.
Yes, thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
So I think Ellie will just be popping up the site map to begin with. Thank you very much. Yes, so the proposal seeks permission for the change of use of agricultural land to allow for the siting of 3 timber holiday let camping pods and associated parking at Ashbury Grange, which you can see highlighted on the aerial map there. The Ashbury Grange farm site is an established farmhold, and it comprises of 44 acres predominantly used for sheep grazing. The camping pods themselves will be located within agricultural land to the west of the domestic dwelling, just to the south of the shared boundary with St Benedict's Primary School to the north. The site is located within land designated as wider open countryside, and it's also located within the Hawarden Hills area of outstanding natural beauty. So if we could just pop through the photos, please. So this first photograph is looking north towards the landscape boundary where the 3 pods will be located. And just to the right hand side of the photograph, you can see the domestic dwelling of Ashbury Grange. And that kind of indicates the sort of close positioning of the main farm dwelling to these 3 pods. So if we could just pop to the next photo, please. So this is just another view of Ashbury Grange, and also the landscaping to the north of the site at the left-hand side of the photograph. So if we could just go to the next photograph, please. This is looking towards the southeast of the site. And as you'll have noted from the aerial map, there is a private laneway that serves Ashbury Grange, and also beyond it to the south, another residential property. And these are just some of the wide kind of open landscape views at this point. So if we could just pop on to the next photograph, please. And this is just looking towards the southwest from the site. And if we could just get to the next photograph, please. And then we're back towards where the pods themselves will be located against that backdrop of landscaping. I believe the next photograph will show the parking area, if I've got my calculations correct. Yep, that's the entrance to the site. And there is an existing parking area that will be kind of shared and used. So the parking will be located in closer proximity to the dwelling itself, which, as noted in the report, is a positive in terms of landscape impacts. So if we could just skip to the next photograph, please. That's just another view of that. So if we could just go to the next one, please. So this is the kind of closer view of where the pods themselves will be located. And as you can see, there have been some sort of preliminary works undertaken by the applicant just in terms of services. And in that, you can see the background of the landscaping that I believe is under the control of the primary school to the north. And then I think the final photograph, if we can just go to that one now, will just show the link between where the parking area is and how people would access the camping pods themselves. So if we could just go back to the map, that would be really helpful. Thanks, Ellie. In terms of principle, it's considered that the proposed camping pods in this location would genuinely relate to diversification of an established agricultural business. It's therefore considered acceptable in principle, subject to the imposition of our usual time-limited occupancy conditions for new holiday accommodation. As you can see from the photographs in the map, the pods will be located against a backdrop of mature and well-established landscaping to the north, separating this site from St Benedict's Primary School. It's not considered that this would have any impact upon the future retention of this planting. It's also considered that the three pods are relatively low profile and are constructed of natural materials that will ensure they don't appear harmfully isolated or stark when viewed from any kind of wider views, particularly so given that there are only 3 units, so there will be a limited cumulative impact. Also, as noted in the report, there will be appropriate conditions recommended in terms of lighting and boundary treatments. It's considered that any public views of the proposed pods will be very limited, the closest being from the remainder of the unadopted highway to the south. This would be at a distance of approximately 100 metres at the closest point, and as noted, that lane only serves one dwelling at that point. We consulted the area of outstanding natural beauty manager, and he provided a fairly detailed response, which concluded no objection subject to a lighting condition. Therefore, subject to these appropriate conditions, it's not considered that this proposal would have any material harm in terms of the character of the site or the wider AONB designation. It's also not considered that these holiday cottages would have any material harm in terms of the amenity of occupiers of neighbouring properties, considering the significant distances between the site. Also, no objections have been received from any other neighbouring properties, and there's been no objection from St Benedict's Primary School to the north. It is, however, considered appropriate to condition the ownership of the pods to make sure they remain in the ownership of the occupiers of Ashbury Grange. That will ensure an on-site management presence, and it means they have control of the business in perpetuity. In terms of the highway impact of the development, on the 2nd of February, North Yorkshire County Council Highways confirmed they had no objection to the proposal. They said, although this is a single track, there are areas where vehicles are able to pass safely. And in addition to this, the proposed 3 camping pods will not increase traffic flow to a level deemed unacceptable in terms of highway safety. Therefore, there are no local highway authority objections to the proposed development. However, the parish council, following that response, provided a formal objection to the proposal, which raises material planning issues about the suitability of the access, which was fully detailed within the report. And it's for that reason why the proposal is being considered by members this evening. I will read out their full response, which noted, Ampleforth Parish Council wish to object to the above-mentioned planning application on the following grounds. The Parish Council has strong concerns regarding the access to the site on St Hilda's Walk and Back Lane. Due to the school and doctor's surgery, there's already significant traffic on this road. Also, part of the road is not adopted and as such is not of good quality. To put an increase of traffic onto this already poor condition road would not be good. So following receipt of that, it was considered appropriate to advise the highway officer of the parish council's formal response, and we provided them with a copy. The highway officer fully considered that and confirmed on the 25th of February that, notwithstanding the comments raised by the parish council and their concerns they've raised in relation to the increase in vehicular activity, my no objection still stands. I'm satisfied that the proposed development of 3 camping pods will generate a nominal number of vehicular trips. The guidance they've used for holiday accommodation is an expected 1.5 trips per day for each unit, significantly lower than what is expected from a residential unit, which is between 6 and 9 trips per day. In reaching my decision, I factored in the local amenities available for use, which are good in this locality, and I considered the development to be sustainable from a highway authority perspective. Therefore, while we have noted and fully considered the concerns of the parish council, following careful review, it's not considered that it would relate to a materially harmful impact upon the highway network. In terms of other matters, the site drainage, the agents confirmed that there will be soakaways for surface water, which has been conditioned. The proposed plans also indicate the use of a package treatment plant, which is a sustainable form of drainage as per the accepted drainage hierarchy, and that will be conditioned. Therefore, to conclude, the proposal is considered to accord with the relevant policies and is consequently recommended for conditional approval. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Niamh. There are no speakers on this this evening, so I will open it up for questions. Councillor Thackeray.
Yes, a question in respect of the number of pods. There are 3 on this planning application. The site looks large to me. Is it likely to be 30 in a year's time?
I'll just refer back to my report. Bear with me just a second. Whenever we were considering the kind of landscape impact of that, it was noted that its acceptability was partially due to the low number of pods proposed. With there being just 3, that helps to limit their cumulative impact upon the wider kind of landscape form. If any further pods will be proposed in the future, they would be subject to a separate planning application, and they would be fully considered in terms of the cumulative impact. So, you know, I wouldn't expect an application straight away, but that's not within my gift to say. But if there was one coming forward, it would be fully considered. And again, the AONB manager and statutory consultees would be reconsulted on that.
Thank you. Can I ask a supplementary
Councillor
question?
Thackeray, do you have another question?
Yes, I do, please.
Okay.
And this is in respect of the change of use of the land. I don't quite understand why the land is being changed from agricultural land to non-agricultural land. what is the purpose of that? Given that the house that is associated, Ashbury Grange, has an agricultural tie, does that have any implications on the future use of that house in respect of non-agricultural business?
Yeah, you're correct. The house does have an agricultural tie. And I don't think that this proposal, which is for 3 pods, which is kind of recognised as farm diversification, would have any impact on that. If there was to be any kind of a future change of use of that house, again, that would need a planning application or any kind of proposal to vary the agricultural tie itself. So I don't think that these 2 uses, the agricultural land, the agricultural holding, which is established and ongoing, I don't think they would be incompatible with each other.
Yes, I just can't understand how you can have farm diversification when you're asking for land to be taken out of agricultural use. It no longer is agricultural.
It's only a section of the overall land holding. I think there's 44 hectares, and this relates to the area that's within the red line boundary specifically. So it would only be that kind of small proportionate area that would be associated with the 3 pods, and kind of anybody who is, you know, out there playing with their children whenever they come to visit. It's that kind of more limited area rather than anything wider than that.
Yeah, basically it's been transferred into commercial use, as far as I can tell.
Yeah, I mean, that would only be limited to the area within the red line boundary. So we have considered whether or not that's a proportionate amount, and we are satisfied that was discussed during the determination period.
Thank you very much, Niamh. Councillor Mason.
Legacy.
Okay, thank you for that. Anybody else have any questions for officers? Okay, Niamh, forgive me, I do have some questions. Sir, have we checked to see what the views are like from any public footpaths in the area? Because it is, the AONB is quite a sensitive area in any case. And the second query is in relation to safeguarding. And I wondered if now it used to be the Police Architectural Liaison Officer, PALO, has he been asked for a comment about the safeguarding of the children that are at the school? Because my understanding is these pods are on the boundary with the school grounds, and I do think there is a potential, I'm not saying there would be, but there is a potential for a safeguarding issue, and I have to declare that as the county councillor, this is one of the things that would be on my radar. And forgive me, members, but I have to ask the question.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. In relation to your first question about the public rights of way, I did look into that, and within the report I'd noted that the nearest public right of way runs to the south of Station Road, and it goes directly southward from that point. And that's located to the west, which is a very kind of considerable distance. Then the actual kind of closest one, which I'd reference being about 100 metres, that is the private lane that only would serve Lowlands Farm after Ashbury Grange. So it's my view that this wouldn't have a wider landscape impact, and that was also the view of the AONB manager. But I think it's, on an application like this, it's critically important to have a good lighting condition, which has been recommended. In terms of the safeguarding query, that isn't something that has been considered as part of this specific application. We did specifically write to St Benedict's Primary School, and there was no formal response received from any member of the school in relation to safeguarding, or indeed anything about the proposal itself. We can discuss this application with the safeguarding, with the police architectural liaison officer if that's something that members would like to have carried out prior to any sort of decision being issued. There is some good landscaping, but I do take the point it is directly abutting school. But I do also think that there are schools quite often in some quite built up residential areas that aren't that isolated. But if you would like, that is something we can explore in more detail with the PALO.
Thanks, Nick. I would appreciate it because it is in quite a rural location. It is quite off the beaten track. And I do think there is the potential that, I'm not saying there will be, but there could be a potential for some safeguarding issues. And I also defer to the local member for his thoughts on that. If there are no more questions, members, I will open it up for debate and I'll go to Councillor Bailey as the local member.
Thank you, Chairman. Good presentation and a good appraisal, I thought. We're talking about agriculture on a very different scale on this application to where we were on the last application, but still quite important to our community and our landscape. I just noticed the description of pods. When I started talking about pods, they sort of fitted one person and the bicycle, and now these are sort of 7 metres by 4 metres. But that as it is, I do think that this application is modest. I think it will maintain a modest livelihood for what is a small farm, and that's really important. The A and B have looked at it and are happy with it, so that's okay by me. The highways issue is true, but I think that having reconsidered the parish council's concerns about the highways objection, I don't see that we could really have any recourse to challenge that further. The Highways Authority who looked at that considered it's okay. I think we have to defer to that. I wouldn't like to go against it. And as far as people in proximity to the school, I thought you've made a good point. Of course, it's always something schools have to be vigilant about, that they have been consulted. We can make sure that that's okay with the community liaison. But I think this will maintain a modest livelihood, and I'm happy to move approval.
Thank you, Councillor Bailey. Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Yes, I concur with that, and I'm happy to second this. It's an area I know quite well, actually. I had a daughter at St Ben's, and certainly at school, beginning of school and school kick-out time, it can be busy, but it is a limited time span at each end of the day during term time. And similarly, I go to Ampleforth surgery occasionally, and in fact, I'm going tomorrow for my jab, as it happens. So I mean, I can see why the parish council might be concerned about the highways, but it is limited, and as we've already heard, the Highways Authority have no objection. I'm going to echo what the local member says, and I'm going to second approval. Thanks.
Thank you.
You're muted, Caroline.
I am relatively comfortable with the application that's in front of me. I do have the concern, and I would like an opinion from the police architectural liaison officer about the safeguarding issues. It would be remiss of me not to bring it up with the school in such close proximity. And I know they haven't answered, but schools have been up and down, in and out because of COVID, etc. It may be that it's just not got dealt with. So I would like that covered, if that's okay. But like Councillor Bailey, when I imagine a camping pod, it isn't the size that this is, which is about 17 foot by about 22 foot. That's quite a sizable camping pod. But I'm happy it's been moved and seconded for approval. So I mean, I will happily support that. Hands have gone up So, Gary, your hand is up, and then I'll come back to Councillor Andrews.
Sorry, Chairman, I wasn't intending to intrude on the debate any. It was just more a question of the consultation with, I think it's now the Police Designing Out Crime Officer. they do change their titles every now and then. But obviously, as you're aware, we consulted with the school, and we've not had any response to that. But as you say, unusual times, and who knows whether they've not responded. But if members are minded to be happy with the recommendation, subject to that direct consultation with the Police Designing Out Crime Officer, we're happy to do that, Chairman.
Okay,
members to consider.
That would be much appreciated. Thank you, Gary. Councillor Andrews.
Yes, Chair. Is the motion that you've moved then that we give approval subject to subject to the application satisfying the police, whatever he is, officer? Because if that's the case, then I would support it. But I do think I do think you've raised some very proper concerns there, and I do think they ought to be actually incorporated into whatever resolution we pass. And so that if the police, the police liaison or whatever his name is, officer, recommends against, then the matter will actually be brought back to this committee.
Yeah, I second that.
Okay, thanks, Steve. Gary, can I ask you if it would be brought back to committee, or is it something that you would do as a delegation?
No, Chairman. I think if we had a satisfactory resolution, we'd carry on to issue the planning permission. But clearly, if we had an adverse reaction for whatever reason that we couldn't resolve, then that would not accord with the decision tonight, and it would come back.
Okay, thank you for that. Are members happy with that?
Yes, Chair.
Okay, thank you. So it has been moved and seconded for approval, and it is subject to the Police Designing Out Crime, or whatever it is, the title. It's changed again. Apologies. So I'll go to the vote if that's okay, members. Councillor Andrews.
Approved, Chair, subject to that condition.
Thank you. Councillor Bailey.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Cleary.
Approve.
I will approve, subject to the condition as well. Thank you very much. Councillor Hope.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Mackenzie.
Approve.
Thank you. Councillor Mason.
Approve.
Thank you. Councillor Potter.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Thackeray.
For.
And Councillor Windress.
For.
Thank you very much, members. That's unanimous, subject to those issues being sorted by the Chief Planning Officer. Thank you very much. Thank you, members. Can we move on to item 10, please, which is on page 119 of your agenda, application number 21/00049 full. It is an application for the change of use and alterations to stables to form one number 4 bedroom dwelling with associated parking and landscaping, and that's at Village Street, Keldholme, Kirby Moorside. And Gary, I think you're dealing with this.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Another one that Mr. Goforth has delegated upwards to deal with. Chairman, this application would have come to members for determination in any event, because one of the applicants is an elected member of this council. However, as members will see from the officer report, this application has generated a lot of reaction as well, to the extent that, as you'll see on the front page of the committee report, there are 10 objections and 10 letters of support too. So it has generated some contention locally. I'm aware, Chairman, that there are 4 speakers tonight, so I'll try and keep the presentation very brief. And apart from going through the photos, which I think will assist members, I just want to confirm the one late piece of information which was actually shared to us by, I think the agent had sent it through by email yesterday or the day before, was a letter from Therapy in Praxis. The author was Debbie Kerrison Walker. Now, this letter should have been emailed to all members, so I'm assuming members will have this. Now, if members haven't, I can quickly read it out. But there was an email that some members have already referred to earlier at the declaration stage at the start of the meeting. So I'm sort of assuming that members have all got this email from Therapy in Praxis.
I don't think I've seen it, Gary.
Right, okay. Well, in that case, Councillor Andrews, I'll just quickly read it out. It's a letter dated the 11th of March from Therapy in Praxis. The author is a lady whose name is Debbie Kerrison Walker, and it is titled Planning Application 210049 FUL, specifically regarding Ruby Delilah Sugars. Ruby is a little girl with competing diagnoses of Cohen's syndrome, global developmental delay, sensory processing and complex communication disabilities. Ruby requires full support for all of her developmental self-help and self-care needs. Therapy in Praxis has been supporting Ruby therapeutically for her physiotherapy, occupational therapy and speech and language therapy needs since January 2019. Therapy in Praxis is an organisation working with children and young people aged 0 to 25 years with complex disabilities. In March 2020, it was proposed that a building owned by the organisation, which I think in the context of this letter is the application building, would lend itself to a conversion into residential accommodation in order to meet the complex needs of Ruby in terms of her development and potential for independence, and offered the opportunity for future-proofing her pathway into adulthood. Unfortunately, this coincided with the COVID-19 global pandemic, and the national government restrictions rendered it impossible to dispose of contents. Should approval be granted, Therapy in Praxis would not benefit financially. I think, as I mentioned earlier, we've got 4 speakers, Chairman, and I think the agent may be able to clarify the issue in relation to ownership of the building, as the agent's own statement, which is on the agenda papers tonight, refers to this building still being retained in ownership by a Mr. Walker, but that can be clarified perhaps in the discussion with speakers. So that's the only late piece of information, Chairman, and without further ado, I'd just quickly like to go through the photographs. There are about 24, 25 in total, Chairman, so I'll quickly ask Ellie to go to the aerial photographs to start off with. And as you can see, those of you familiar with Keldholm, small group of buildings with a development limit, but very small group of buildings outside of Kirby Moorside to the east of the town. And as you can see, the main village street we would call Grey Lane, and that runs north-south from the A170 at the south up towards Huttonley Hole, if you're carrying on in that direction. And as you can see, these are the sort of some of the named properties from which we've had comments, and some of those being objections. What you can see there on the right-hand side of the screen is the location of the application site and the building in question, which was built from the sort of mid-2000s, planning history dating back to 2005 and 2006. At that time, the building was built in conjunction with Highfield House, which is the northernmost of the properties that you see on the screen before you. My understanding now is that Highfield House has been sold off separately, but the owner of Highfield House previously has retained control and ownership of the application site. The access to the building, as it would now currently be, is via the access point further to the south, which is the arrow bottom but one on the left-hand side. So you can see an access way located in between Little Garth or Lytle Garth and Newlands. So that's the access into the site as it's proposed with this application. So Ellie, if you can just go to the next aerial photograph. This is just a little bit more detail, homing in on the access point, which as you can see runs closely between Newlands and Little Garth, and goes to the, as it's currently a paddock on the application site, would become part of the curtilage of the proposed dwelling formed from the conversion of the existing building at the rear of Springfield and Little Garth. You go to the next picture then, Ellie. So these are the photographs on the ground, Chairman. This is a view stood in the apron of the access point. So that's the tarmacked area on the right-hand corner of the photograph. And as you can see, that's a view up Grey Lane, heading towards the Hutton Hole direction. The next photograph, Ellie. This is a view back the other way, heading back towards the A170. So as you can see, in terms of the access point, vision is relatively good. You're on a relatively straight section of road. Thank you. So this is the view up the access way. So at this point here, you've got the field. You can see the access into the, call it the paddock or the field gate at the end of the access way, and immediately to the left-hand side of the access way is the side wall of Little Garth, and on the opposite side you can see, which is the sort of chalet bungalow. On the opposite side is a bungalow, and that is Newlands. Thank you. So this view is taken just before the gateway that you saw from the village street end of the access way, and this is the garage to Little Garth, the back of the building, which is an L shape, and the gateway and the hedgerow is the boundary between the paddock and the rear garden of Little Garth. So Little Garth has got quite a limited curtilage, as you'll see from the ensuing photographs. Just in the mist there, it's a bit of a misty photo, you can see the profile of the building that would be converted. Thank you, Ellie. So this is just going beyond the gateway into the paddock as it currently is. This would become part of the curtilage to serve the proposed dwelling. And if members can quickly look at let's say page 133 of the agenda papers, I think this is quite a useful photo to look at that in conjunction with the plan. And as you can see, the proposed change of use of the paddock includes this sort of strip of land that heads roughly northwards, almost towards the gable of the building that you see in front of you, slightly further to the east. And this would become an area that effectively becomes the access way into the curtilage, includes the parking and turning areas. And on this latest plan, the proposal shows the 3 car parking spaces for the dwelling at the far end of the curtilage nearest to the dwelling, to facilitate better access to the building, given the applicant's daughter's needs. You'll also note on the application plan on page 133 that there is a hatched area closest to the access point and all the way up to the car parking, which the applicant's agent has put forward a draft of a section 106 agreement where they're offering not to have the sort of incidental chattels and structures that one might find in a residential area, as an attempt to try and reduce activity in this area that might otherwise be associated with a dwelling. But I'll perhaps come back to that later, Chairman. Next photo, please, Ellie. And this is a view looking immediately from that vision point, turning back towards Little Garth. And the hedgerow and gateway that I showed you 2 photographs ago is actually in front of you, with Little Garth immediately to the rear of that. As you can appreciate, Little Garth, although it's located within the village development limits, is relatively new dwelling, has a very confined curtilage, and clearly that is also an issue in relation to the potential for disturbance are associated with what effectively is a backland plot. Can I have the next photo, Ellie? And this is just panning along. And so in the foreground there, you've got the gable of Little Garth, and then the next dwelling along is Springfield, and behind that, then the next dwelling is Highfield House. Thank you. And this is just panning round a little nearer to the gable of the building. That is the existing workshop and stables that's referred to in the planning history. If members look at page 133, the proposed works to the building to create the dwelling in effect, whilst do make use of existing openings, which are shown as the sort of stable door openings on the stable elevation, which is to the right. The elevation, which is the main gable facing you, would have a large glazed window and also a first floor window, and they would be serving essentially a living room area. Although there's no first floor above it, it's assumed that would just be a galleried window into that ground floor living and dining area. Thank you. So this next photo is, I'm orient myself now. This is looking back along what would essentially be the southern boundary of the limited curtilage that would go with the converted dwelling. So you're looking back across the paddock directly towards Springfield at this point, with Little Garth slightly further in the distance in the middle to the left-hand side of the photo. Thank you. And this is panning round. So again, you get a feel for the workshop and stables buildings, which were built, as I say, in 2005, 2006, or that's when the permissions were granted. And they themselves replaced quite a number of dilapidated buildings that were located on the land to the rear of Highfield House. Thank you. And again, just panning around the building, so you can see this is the form and construction of the building. So the bit that's projecting towards you is the bit that was approved as the 3 stables in 2006. Thank you. And this is looking squarely down that flank wall of the stables building. Doesn't really show an awful lot more, Chairman, so I'll just move on. Now this view is taken from the dogleg in the paddock, and at this point here you're looking at what are shown as stable doors, although I think members can see that they're quite raised thresholds onto the doors. I think the proposed plans show a raised ramped area, presumably to give a more levelled access to the entrance to the floor of the building. Next one. This view is taken down the northern boundary of the site. Previously, the adjacent buildings that you're looking at there in the foreground would be buildings that are located squarely to the rear of Highfield House. So you can just see the profile of Highfield House in the distance. As I say, this was all in one ownership back in the early 2000s. The next photo. This is a photo along the western boundary of the building. This is the workshop side of the building, and the fence that you see on the right-hand side of that building there is the rear curtilage of Springfield. The next photo, please. And this is the view looking back the other way. So again, you've got a continuation of the hedgerow and the fencing behind Little Garth and Springfield. And beyond the building, you've then got outbuildings that now sit with Highfield House. Next photo, please. And then again, this is just coming back further back along that boundary, just to give you an indication really of the depth of curtilages or the lack of them in relation to the properties that front onto Grey Lane. Thank you. This is a view taken slightly further out into the paddock, a little bit more repetitive, but you can get a feel for how the buildings sit next to each other. The next one, please, Ellie. And this is a view taken further from the paddock, further back into the paddock. At this point here, in terms of what's been proposed as the application site, you would be to the east of what would be the proposed curtilage as shown on page 133. So you back out into the paddock. Next photo, please, Ellie. These are views outwards into the paddock. So although it's a slightly misty day, you get a feel for the fact that although you're in a sort of an undulating landscape at this point, by the time you get to the back of the site, it's level. So, I'm not sure whose phone that is, Chairman.
Sorry, Chairman, it's mine.
So you get an idea of the context. These last two photographs are just panning out in towards the open countryside to the east of Keldholme. It's in an area of locally high landscape value designation. And the next photos, Chairman, I think are actually within the building. So these first two photographs are within the eastern end of the building and are what were the approved workshop area. As you can see, there's various items of sort of garden type equipment. The next photo, and bikes and the like. And then the next photos, the next three, I think, Chairman. So this is into the area that was the stables, or supposed to be the stables. And the next. And this is the upper floor of the building. And I think that's possibly the last photograph. Yeah, thank you. So that's it, Chairman. I think we'll keep the photos there in case members wish to revert to them. As I say, Chairman, I have nothing to add to the report. And I'm very conscious that we've got 4 speakers on this application, I think starting with one of the local members.
Thank you, Gary. Yes, we have got 4 speakers and they will be allowed 3 minutes each. I think that's correct, is it not?
Sorry, Chairman, for the disruption.
That's fine, Councillor Hope. Thank you very much. So I'll go to the speakers first. So if I can ask Councillor Ryby, you've got 3 minutes, Councillor Ryby. I'll put the clock on when you start to speak, and you've got 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. You can hear me, I assume.
Yep.
Thank you. If I may point the points out that are obvious to me is that the Kirby Moorside Town Council have no objections. Highways have no objections. Redundant building status, the stable building has stood without housing any horses for some 16 years. And how do you define redundant if it goes for 16 years without being used? So, you know, I would say it could be better used. I do not believe that this application will have very little, if any, impact on the rural or agricultural landscape. The buildings are already there. We are minimising the impact, and I don't see there's a problem. But the real reason I wanted to speak was that I believe that the decision should be taken on a balanced and kind of a level playing field. And the reason I say that is the applicant site is less than 1,000 metres from the Ravenswick Hall estate, which has been developed by a very successful businessman who is not local, which is one of the things that are complaining about Mr. Sugars, that he's chosen to live in the area of Kirby Moorside. And I welcome and applaud his choice rather than becoming a tax exile. He's spending his money in the area, creating service jobs and presumably paying UK tax. However, he has been given permission to demolish a very large existing house, a very good refurbished house, and is now built the biggest house that's been built in the UK in the last 100 years, together with probably 5 or 6 other big houses, some massive gatehouses, a palm house, a folly, a lake house, together with a lake. No, this is fine. This is fine. But I think the other point is the two complaints. Some of the complainants are Springfield House and Little Garth. Springfield House was built probably less than 15 years ago by a couple who I have total respect for, but just a very large house for one couple. And then they chose to build a little garth in the grounds of
Councillor
the grounds of the old one. All I'm asking you is that you give this application the chance to use a building that is not being fully utilised and could be better utilised, and it will have very little impact on the neighbours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ryby. Well done. You've done it within time. The next speaker is a supporter, Mr. Joe Coughlin. Is that correct, Mr. Coughlin? Are you with us?
Chair, as far as I'm aware, this speaker is not on the meeting at the moment. He's been sent 2 emails and I've requested IT contact him to see if they can help him connect.
Okay. Are members happy to go on with the list to the objector and the agent while we contact Mr. Coughlin?
Yes.
Okay. Am I correct in doing that, Gary? Is that okay? Yes, Gary. Your hand's up.
Sorry, Chairman, muted. Yes, Chairman, I don't think we've got any alternative at the moment. I mean, we've been going some time and I've been keeping eyes on who's in the meeting and I haven't seen Mr. Coughlin appear at all. So I think that's pretty much all we can do at the moment. I think, I mean, obviously, if Mr. Coughlin appears, then we can try and accommodate him during this session.
Yeah,
what else we can do. The only question I thought I would also raise at this point is that clearly we've got speakers who are potentially raising issues that members might require clarity on. Do you wish me to wait till the end, or do you want me to?
I think that would be useful, given that we've got 4 speakers to have.
Yeah, okay. I'll just try and not forget anything, Chairman. I'm making notes as people are going. So I think with that in mind, then I think all we can do at the moment is go to the objector and then on to the agent. I think it's the agent who's registered to speak. Yeah. And if Mr. Coughlin appears before we get into debate, then I think he's still got a chance. But other than that, I think we might have to proceed with that.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Brindley, are you able? Can you hear me? And are you able?
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you.
Mr. Brindley, if you're happy, you have 3 minutes. I will try and give you a warning at 30 seconds left.
Okay, Luke.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening. We have an interest in this application because we are prospective purchasers of Little Garth. The access way referred to in this application is a right-of-way over the private driveway owned by Little Garth. From a planning point of view, the council officer has recommended refusal, which makes sense. The report states there will not be a problem using the right-of-way as it is currently used for agricultural access. We maintain that using this right-of-way as stated in this application would be a significant change from the current and intended use. Access to the right-of-way involves 2 closed gates, one at each end, which will remain in place. The right-of-way is currently used only on very occasional use by vehicle and no more than twice a day on foot. The owner of the field has a remote control for the roadside electric gate. This proposal would result in vehicles coming and going many times each day for all the usual family requirements. To do this, both gates would need to be opened and closed each time, including the heavy 5-bar gate at the field end, resulting in repeated stopping and starting of vehicles every time. Any visitors without a remote control would need to text or phone in order to gain access, with any large vehicles waiting on or partly on the main road. Most visitors, therefore, would require that the gates are opened and closed for them by the residents of this proposed development, as the remote-controlled gate will be out of view and out of range. If there is only one adult with the children in the house, they would have to leave the children alone to do this. The driveways leading to houses in Keltham can be seen from the road. This will not be the case for a house beyond the field gate and around the corner. In an emergency, such as fire or medical, finding the house would be difficult and gaining access would be problematic. The access drive runs side on to Little Garth, as mentioned in the report, but this side has French doors leading onto a patio. The significant increase in vehicles coming and going will have an unacceptable impact on the peace and tranquility of the property and prevent the enjoyment of the patio area. At night, security lights on Little Garth will be nuisance triggered whenever a vehicle passes by. The result is it will result in it being impractical for the family and all visitors to come and go with ease. and they will need to open and close the gates every time. Thank you for your time, Chairman. Thank you. I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Brindley. I take it we haven't got Mr. Coghlan yet into the meeting.
Not as yet, no, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Ellie. Sorry. Can we move on to Mr. Barker, who is the agent? Mr. Barker, are you with the meeting?
Hopefully, Chair, yes, if you can hear me.
Thank you, Mr. Barker. You've got 3 minutes if you'd like to make your representation.
Good evening, councillors. I'm Steve Barker from Prison Planning, representing Ruby's family. John Sugars was born in Rosedale and has lived in either Rosedale or Pickering all his life. To suggest that he isn't a local resident is to take parochialism to new levels of absurdity. His special needs daughter Ruby's lived at Pickering all her life and goes to the school at Siddington a mile down the road. John's family have lived in Rosedale for 50 years, just 6 miles away from the barn and just a few minutes drive away. They help out daily with Ruby. Carrie's lived in the area for more than 40 years, several spent in Kirby Moorside. Her father taught at Kirby Moorside for 30 years and her mother taught and still lives at Pickering. There isn't a single person who's been vaccinated against COVID in the area who doesn't have Carrie to thank for all of her work coordinating the volunteers in the area at the vaccine centre. Both families help John and Carrie provide daily care for Ruby. The barn is exactly in the middle of the two families. The criteria of your occupancy condition is, sadly, tailor-made for Carrie and John, although in an unusual context. Whilst it was probably envisaged that the new incomers would support existing elderly residents in the policy, it also allows the reciprocal situation of elderly relatives helping out hard-pressed parents, officers who appear to have ignored this possibility. Put all of these together, and you have a family who comply with both the spirit and objectives of your local occupancy policy. Members will appreciate that the original owners of Highfield sold it 2 years ago, with the new owner not buying the premises, but that was their choice. It was offered to them. Some tools and sentimental bric-a-brac from the original owner's parents are all in the building, as you've seen, but the last 12 months haven't been a good time to empty any building, particularly when you need a non-lockdown period, coupled with prolonged dry weather to get to the building. In practical terms, the buildings are redundant. If it was an agricultural barn, you wouldn't say it wasn't redundant if it had just a few bales of stale and mouldy hay in it, and this is really no different. The case officer suggests that the building could be used for the keeping of horses, so it's not redundant. Sadly, that's not the legal test that needs to be applied, and it's wrong of him to suggest that the idea of redundancy requires no possibility of any historic use resuming. As you'll appreciate, a barn can always be used for an agricultural purpose, so under this ruling, you'd never have a redundant barn. The upper floor cited in the report is not anything that required permission, internal works don't require consent, and roof lights don't stop a building being traditional. They're found everywhere, even on old listed buildings. So you're left with a stone building that the owner no longer needs and which isn't serving its original purpose, and a scheme for conversion with no impacts discernible from outside the site. The impacts on the adjacent dwelling are negligible and far less than would be the case if it was used as a workshop and stable complex, and you meet the very special care needs of a local girl that goes to the school in the next door parish. And as a final point, it's going to be so energy efficient, it's almost carbon neutral. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, sir. Can I ask, do we have Mr. Coghlan in the meeting or not?
We don't know. IT have called and sent a text message and they've had no response.
Okay. Gary, are you happy to
just help you on that? I had a phone call from the gentleman concerned earlier this afternoon. He was experiencing extreme IT issues. I think you have to work on the basis that he can't get through to us, and I think we would happily accept that proposition. We know the problems he was having.
Okay, thank you for that. Gary, are you happy to proceed on that basis?
Thank you, Chairman. I don't think we've got any alternative, really. We are where we are, aren't we? And I think clearly, you know, we've heard views expressed for and against the application, and we'll just have to proceed. Just a couple of points, really, that I've picked up in terms of the speakers, and I'm hoping I'm not missing any, but I do feel there's a need to comment on some of the comments that have been made, starting with Councillor Ryby. In the context of particularly the reference to Ravenswick Hall. I mean, clearly it's an entirely different proposal that was put forward, but to suggest that the Ravenswick Hall that we had was, you know, an attractive proposition. It was actually a building that was hugely damaged, vandalised. Fires had been lit in the buildings, and really the town and locals were asking us what on earth we were going to do with it, given the state of it. It was also located next to a derelict walled garden and a complex of rather dilapidated farm buildings, some traditional, some not traditional, I would suggest. But in essence, what we had was somebody who came forward with a replacement dwelling on a very large scale, but almost the new country house. And they chose to put that forward through a nationally recognised firm of architects who've done many of the English country house applications that have come forward over the last 20 or 30 years, in a classical style. And that was something that this council approved and is being developed out. So it's a very different proposal that we have. It really just simply isn't on all fours with what we have. There was another point that Councillor Ryby made in relation to the adjacent properties, and I just would like to return members to the location plan, really, which is quite important here in terms of how we apply policy. And if members are looking on page 128, that's a sort of very localised view of the properties that front onto Grey Lane. But there is a very tight development limit, which is limited to the linear properties on the frontage, and that's the development limit. So the back of Little Garth is the development limit, and the other land beyond it to the rear, sometimes including curtilages of properties, is not within the development limit. The reason this is important is that we have previously had applications to develop in land to the rear, in depth, behind Highfield House in particular, just to the north of this application site, which have been the subject of appeals, and all of which have been dismissed, I would hasten to add, Chairman. And the inspector on both occasions dealing with either the new dwelling or even the limited extension to the curtilages had concluded that the landscape impacts were such that they shouldn't be permitted. So that's quite important. It's an important consideration for us because it sets the store about developing in depth in this location. I think another thing that this council has taken a harder view on as the years have evolved through its local plans has been its approach to backland plots. And I think, you know, we've had that debate many times in planning committee, but it's not necessarily just in relation to development limits, but also the impacts that we find and we have and we get reported back to us on a regular basis of the disturbance and amenity issues associated with toings and froings associated with backland plots to the side, to side gardens and rear garden situations. I think the photographs that I've showed you tonight do emphasise that some of these properties, particularly Little Garth, which Councillor Ryby referred to earlier, whilst in the development limits have very limited rear curtilages, such that the toings and froings associated with the activities here, not just vehicles, but the use of the garden areas would be particularly noticeable, I would suggest. Now, the applicant has offered a Section 106 agreement, as I mentioned earlier, which would control potentially the paraphernalia that you find sometimes with gardens, you know, the sheds and, you know, trampolines or whatever it might be. But the bottom line is that the red line that's being applied for is the curtilage to that dwelling. So if we grant permission tonight, Chairman, that becomes curtilage, and you've got all the activity that would be associated with that curtilage. Mr. Brindley, the objector, or one of the objectors who spoke tonight, mentioned quite a number of times the issue of rights of way. And I think members will be aware that you know, there are many controls over land, but property law rights of way are not one of them. So any rights of access to the paddock or rights of access over the land if it's just agricultural, and then would it permit rights to a dwelling, are matters of property law, Chairman. We can't involve ourselves in that. But what we can involve ourselves in are the likely amenity impacts of a development that we are being asked to approve or not. And that's what the report wrestles with. I hope you would agree, Chairman, and particularly in relation to reason number 4, which I think is quite relevant in this particular instance. Now, Mr. Barker also made reference to the local needs occupancy condition. It's not clear. I mean, clearly our local needs occupancy conditions, when we apply them, relates to a certain set of criteria. And whilst I hear what Mr. Barker says, the application that we have applied to that has been as per the plan, which was to limit outside of service villages dwellings, including conversions, to those properties or to those individuals who met the criteria set out in the local plan. And regrettably, those criteria are met. So that's what your policy says, Chairman. Now, in terms of making lawfully decisions, planning decisions, you have to make those decisions in accordance with the development plan policies, read as a whole, unless you take the view as a planning authority, Chairman, that you think that the material considerations are of sufficient weight to set aside that policy. So that's the exercise you've got. That's the exercise you've got to go through, Chairman. The officer recommendation is clear, Chairman. We think for a variety of reasons this application should be refused. And I think the final comment I would make, Chairman, is in relation to the personal circumstances that are being put forward in this case. And they're clearly, clearly what they are. You've got a lot of information before you in relation to Ruby, Delilah Sugars. But the issue here is that, and the national advice here on this issue is that planning permission runs with the land and the buildings. And by and large, personal circumstances should not carry much weight in the decision-making process. And all that I can do, Chairman, is offer you that advice as your planning officer. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gary. I will open it up for questions, and no doubt there are lots of them. Councillor Thacker, your hand was up first.
Yes, thank you. Just would like, Gary, if you don't mind, if you clarify for me that whether or not an applicant complies with local occupancy conditions, in my understanding, has no bearing whatsoever on their ability to submit an application, because it is an applicant rather than an occupant.
That's correct, Chairman. I mean, I think to play that out to you, you could own a bit of land in a village and make an application and make your case that there is a local need for the dwelling based on evidence that you would put forward via an estate agent or whoever it might be to demonstrate that there's a need for people who reside in the area in terms of the qualifying period of time, or are returning service people, or whatever the criteria are. Then you'd make that, and we would then assess that, and either as planning officers or as the planning committee, if you're the ones making the decision, we would then potentially grant a dwelling with a local needs occupancy condition on it, and that relates to whoever owns it. The test then becomes whoever would occupy it meets the conditions, Chairman. So you wouldn't necessarily even need to own it, you could rent it.
Yeah, okay, thank you for that.
Condition.
Thank you very much. Councillor Andrews.
Sorry, can I just...
Yeah, sorry.
Hang on, Councillor Andrews, sorry. Simon, did you want to come back with something?
Yes, I would, please, because my research tells me that this council has on multiple occasions not applied a local needs occupancy condition when they have considered the merits of the application to outweigh the policy. I will cite one. I haven't got the papers directly in front of me, but I'm going from memory, and you may well remember this yourself. Bartonley Willows Methodist Chapel, great weight was placed upon the financial benefit to the Methodist circuit and the reinvestment of that money to grant the planning permission for the conversion of Bartonley Willows Chapel without the encumbrance of a local needs occupancy condition. That had nothing to do with the welfare of a child, a disabled child. It was entirely based upon the financial benefit to the Methodist circuit.
Chairman,
that is a matter of fact. And
Chairman, I think that's not a correct recollection in my
that
recollection.
is absolutely spot on.
Chairman, can I respond to that, please?
Can I just finish? I transcribed the meeting word by word, so I know exactly what's in that document.
That's not correct, Councillor Thackeray. That is not my recollection either.
Your recollection, Caroline, is that your words were, "My mother was a Methodist."
Councillor Thackeray, you've still got a legacy hand. My recollection of that, Chairman, and it's not the only former chapel that has not had a local needs occupancy condition applied to it, was around the viability of the works of conversion that would otherwise have left the whole scheme unviable, and the chapel would have had no use and would have fallen into further disrepair. And we took a view as a committee that the buildings that were located in that particular instance within the designated conservation area was worthy of retention for heritage issues as well, and hence we granted the permission, and that is my recollection of the facts of the case.
Thank you, Gary. That was my recollection.
I will upload the transcript of the meeting for everybody to read it, okay?
Thank you.
And a lot more.
Councillor Andrews.
Yes, Chair. Gary, my understanding is that when you say this is within the village development limits, or sorry, outside the village development limits. But my understanding is that the village development limits are the same village development limits which applied to the Ryedale local plan, which was approved, I think, in 2000 and something, early 2000s. And I've been looking for the proposals map index, and I can't find that Keldhelm actually has a village development limit. Could you refer me, please, to the page that gives me the village development limit of Keldhelm, so that I can sort of check it?
Councillor Andrews, I'm not photographic in my memory of where all the maps are concerned, but in terms of the policies maps on the sites document, you have the 4 towns, and this is part of Kirby Moorside, so it could be on that map, even though it's an outlier.
I thought they split Keldhelm from Kirby. I understood.
Yes, it is. It is. But
the office to finish, please.
It is. Otherwise, Councillor Andrews, it will be in the long list of the policies map.
It's the long list of the policies map that I'm looking at, and it's alphabetical, and I can't find Keldhelm. That's the point. But you're saying it's in the Kirby Moorside map.
Well, Chairman, I can't photographically remember where all the maps are stored, but if it's not in a list that you're looking at of all the villages, then it will be on the Kirby Moorside map.
Right, I'll have to look in that then, if I can find it.
I will come out of the screen that I'm in and try and find it for you.
Gary, can I just sort of park that for the moment? Perhaps I'll come back after some other people have asked some questions.
Can I just help you out there?
No, just wait, please. Jill, you have something to add to the conversation. If you would come in now, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I was just going to confirm that Keldhelm does have its own little map, and it is on the list of inset maps on our website. So I can certainly send a copy to Councillor Andrews if he needs to see it.
Could we put it on?
Jill, thank you for that clarification. Right, Councillor Mason, you want to add something? Please wait till you're asked.
Yeah,
thank
sorry.
you. Otherwise, the meeting goes to pot.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry. I mean, could we see that map on screen? Is that possible to share the screen and have a look, Jill? Because I was under the impression that Keldhelm was separate to Kirby now, so we're not quite sure where the development limits are as the whole planning.
Chairman, the development limit. I can tell you that now. So there is a development limit for Keldhelm, and it excludes this site.
That's fine. Thank you very much for the clarity. Thank you, Jill. Right.
Sorry, my question.
I'd like Jill to please put stuff.
Can we just stop, please, members, and let me run this meeting, please? Thank you. I will get to you. Thank you, Jill. Thank you, Mr. Housden. Right. Councillor Mason, Councillor Andrews, you parked yourself. Remain parked just now. Councillor Mason, please.
My question goes back to the local needs occupancy and the criteria that people fit with it. And it's number 4, have an essential need arising from age or infirmity to move near relatives. Could the officers confirm that Ruby, the daughter, is in the school in the parish next door and has family in the parish or the parish next door? Because I that's how I heard it. Do they have relatives there? Because if I understand it, from reading some of the emails and knowing the family, that Ruby does need care from extra members of the family. So I'd like to know, firstly, whether that has been applied wrong.
Thank you. Before you respond, Mr. Housen, Jill, your hand is still up. Is it a legacy hand or did you have something to add, please?
It's a legacy hand. Apologies, Chair.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you. Neve, you've got your hand up as well.
Yeah, I just wanted to know, I've put a link to the Keldholm Inset map in the meeting chat.
Thank you very much, Neve. That's very kind of you. Mr. Housden.
Yes, I was sorry, I was having to get back onto the iPad, having left it to try and find the inset map. The situation in relation to local needs occupancy is set out on pages 124 and 125 of the officer report, and I think what it distilled to was the third paragraph on 125, which basically concludes the application does not contain any evidence that the applicants would meet the above mentioned local needs occupancy requirement. The applicants currently live in Pickering, which is not an adjoining parish, and no details are provided to confirm they lived in Coombe, Moorside or an adjoining parish for at least 3 years and have moved away in the last 3 years. It then goes on to say it's noted that one of the applicants works for the Salvation Army in Kirby Moorside area, but this would not fall within the definition of full-time permanent employment in an already established business. With reference to the other services listed in SP 21A, there is no reference in the application to any previous military service or the need to live close to relatives due to age or infirmity.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, but wasn't it? It's been pointed out that the Ruby is in the school in Sillington.
Well, that isn't the qualifying.
And me being living in a local area, being close to a local school is rather vital for the family. So I understand what you're saying in here. I just wanted to understand that there is family connections here and maybe pointing that out. So thank you for clarifying that, Gary, and maybe.
Chairman, the issue that Councillor Mason is raising, it may well be a local consideration, but it's not a qualifying criteria as you've set out in your adopted plan. That's all we're saying.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Forgive me, I'm sort of thinking aloud here and just trying to explore different avenues and sort of possibilities. And I know we have in the past suggested or even given temporary permissions. Some have been unrealistic insofar as it would be uneconomic to do something and then at the end of whatever temporary period has been given reverse or fall down. I just wonder if I could get a bit of advice from Gary as to what the possibility or what the practicalities of temporary application or temporary consents are.
To be honest, Chairman, I don't really think it's a goer in this instance. I mean, for many instances, temporary permissions, you're doing a trial period for some good planning reason, which isn't the case here. And unless there was any other reason for a temporary permission, I'm struggling to think what you would apply here. Because when you look at the practicalities of the works of conversion that are involved with this scheme and the cost of it, to then say, and then you could only live in it for 3 years, or whatever the time period would be, I think, an unreasonable use of the temporary planning permission. So I think this is a take it or leave it. You know, you either grant permission or you don't.
Yeah, thanks. I'm just trying to explore, possibilities and avenues. Thanks.
Councillor Potter.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I've got a couple of questions. First one is, are we aware of any binding agreement for the sale to proceed if this permission's granted? Because one of my major concerns with this application is that the permission will be with the property when the applicant doesn't yet own it.
Thanks for asking, Mike. That was one of my questions as well. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Councillor Potter. As I understand it, and it's alluded to in the Town Council comments, Chairman, which is essentially the Town Council were supported it, but on the proviso that it was sold to the applicants. Well, clearly that's not something we can enforce through a planning application process. We can't deal with the ownership issue. So you could end up with a situation that a planning permission is granted for this dwelling, and it doesn't go to where you think it might go to the applicant, because ultimately the property owner is king as it stands. So yes, there is that issue that we're being asked to grant a planning permission to a building and a piece of land which is currently owned, as I understand it, either by Mr. Walker or Mr. and Mrs. Walker, and a reference to Therapy in Praxis, which is also Debbie Kerrison Walker. So as I understand it, the previous owner of the whole site, which is Highfield House and all the countryside and bits of paddocks and the various buildings, has sold off Highfield House but kept ownership of this and the paddock.
Right, thank you. Yes. Now, in the same way as Michael was saying about other arrangements, and I'm sure I've discussed this with you before, but would it not be possible for permission to be granted to the applicant, or even perhaps their severely disabled daughter? And if so, could there be a condition that the permission must include use of the property for at least 10 years or another negotiable time period, if the applicant's agreeable? And such a condition could surely be varied on application if future circumstances change dramatically.
I would suggest, and we do have a lawyer in the room, that suggestion would be ultra vires and go beyond the scope of planning condition.
Yeah, interesting.
Yeah, well, we do have Glenn in the room if you wish to get a legal view on that question. I think I know what the answer is.
Yeah, I think that would be helpful, because I'm sure this is going through several of the members' minds at the same time.
Yes, Chair. I agree with Gary on that. You'll be exceeding your powers, I think, to have planning permission granted on that condition.
Thank you for that, Glenn. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Glenn. Yeah, I was going to ask what the current situation was regarding site visits, but we've already had that one answered, because I think a site visit would have been key to this application, but we're not in a good position for that. So my last question is, what was the justification for the original planning decision on this building if it's outside the development limits?
Chairman, I hope the report had sort of wrestled with that and give you a clue, but essentially there were, if you go to page 120, Chairman, the area where this, what looks like a new building now, because it's only 10-15 years old, occupied what was described in, well, firstly it was built as it was built in two bits. There were two permissions. So the first bit was the workshop, which was the gable bit that you were looking at from the entrance, and that was a replacement workshop. So there was some sort of what I would describe as dilapidated workshops at the back of Highfield House in this location. So it was very much taken as a, well, this looks better than what's there. It wasn't just an open, empty area devoid of buildings. And then following on from that in 2006 was an application to tack on three stables on the back of it, which again, as you see on the history, there were limitations again by conditions as to what or how the buildings could be used. So it didn't permit any commercial use, and actually condition 4 of permission 05 limited the workshop for domestic purposes only in association with Highfield House. And it's severed from Highfield House at the moment, so that raises yet another question.
Right, so it was just a case of it replaced existing buildings, and of course there's a nice building there now. Right, that's all. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Potter. Councillor Andrews.
Yeah, Chair. I'm sorry. Has somebody provided this this plan that I was asking for, showing the development limits? I haven't. I've looked on the email. I can't see it has been sent to me.
Not Councillor Andrews. It's not on email. It's in the chat facility on screen now.
Oh, I see.
The bubble.
Where?
The chat bubble at the bottom on the left-hand side, Paul. The link is there.
Bottom left-hand side.
Down at the bottom, you've got a range of options, which is a telephone, 3 dots. But at the far left-hand side, there is something called the chat bubble, which is a speech bubble with lines in, Paul. And it's
I think Paul's on a PC.
Yes, I'm on a PC and I haven't got it. Sorry.
Click on the screen, Paul, with your cursor, and a bar will come up, and you'll have a chat bubble like you see in a comic.
It says show conversation.
That's the one.
Okay.
Thanks, Steve. I appreciate that.
So where is it? Where is the plan then? On
it's one of the links. I've got it on my screen now, Paul, with you. Neve has put on print template wizard below that. I think you click on that wording and it should pop up on your screen.
I beg your pardon.
Okay. Steve, is your hand up because you want another question?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify something Gary just said. So we've established that this is a building that replaced old buildings. My question is, would these old buildings not be in the development limits?
No, they weren't, Chairman. No. It's not unusual in our villages for the development limit to be drawn in a linear way, because a lot of our villages are linear, as is Keldholm, and those development limits are sometimes drawn across gardens, let alone paddocks and the like. So this backland area is outside the development limits and in an area of high landscape quality.
Even though it had a building on it. Okay.
Yeah. Well, it's a washover policy, Chairman.
Right. Councillor Bailey.
Oh, for goodness sake.
Thank you, Chair. Being a member of a local planning authority and making a planning application is always a difficult thing for reasons of probity. However, you absolutely shouldn't be at a disadvantage because of that. And so really my question for Gary was just to be sure that he has worked positively with the applicants in dealing with the application. Just because I think that's particularly important in this circumstance.
Sorry, Chairman, I didn't really quite understand the question. That we've acted positively, or is that?
I just wanted to make sure that you, as an applicant, you would want obviously to get planning permission. I'm just quite sure to be sure that you've given this very careful consideration.
Chairman, I'd like to think all of my officers do that, but the case officer in this instance is probably one of the most conscientious officers I've come across in my years in planning. Yeah, I mean, yes, I think I can look anybody in the eye and say that this case officer has treated the case fairly and properly.
Thank you for that, Gary. Councillor Thackeray, I'll let you come in if it's one last quick question, because you've already had time to speak, and I am conscious that there are other members still waiting to speak as well.
I'll wait until the debate then, thank you.
Okay, right. Anybody, any other questions? Because I have a number of questions as well that I'd like answered, please. Right, thank you. Gary, when we gave permission for the 3 stables, that was an appropriate permission, given that it was on the land in the background and it was for residential use only and not for a commercial purpose that went with the land at Highfield House. Is that correct?
Yes, Chairman. The property, again, it's sort of probably best to look at page 133. You can see that where Highfield House sits in relation to this building. And in essence, Highfield House, in addition to its garden and curtilage, owned an area of land which is denoted in a fairly sizable blue line to the rear, which incorporated a lot of agricultural land, including, this area where these dilapidated buildings previously were. And back in 2005, the first permission was for a domestic workshop, which was the westernmost part of this building. And then the following year, a stable for 3 horses, which again was limited to a domestic use, facing towards the paddock to the southeast of the site.
Okay, thank you for that. And there was nothing unusual with that application. We have lots of applications for stables that go with properties that have paddocks. Is that correct?
Well, it's the sort of thing you find on the edge of villages where people have bought a residential property, but maybe with a paddock with 2 or 3 hectares of land with it. Okay, it's the house and the ponies.
Okay, and I've got 2 more questions, because one of them was very kindly covered by Councillor Potter, because I do have a concern that the applicant isn't the owner of the site, that there is no guarantee if we grant the application that in actual fact the applicant would be able to buy the property even if we went with this. So I do have concerns with that. But there's 2 things. The original stables were not built to plan, as I understand it. And correct me if I'm wrong, but given the area of hatching which is shown on page 133, and there is a formation of a almost access point into the paddock, would this not landlock the paddock as well?
Sorry, there were a couple of questions there, Chairman. The first one was about the buildings, the appearance of the buildings. I've looked at what we granted permission for in 2005, 2006, and I think it's fair to say that broadly the footprint is correct. In my judgment, I think the apex height of the roof is perhaps 300 millimetres or so higher than it was approved back in 2005-06. But that's the sort of thing, Chairman, unless somebody complains about something during construction, given the location of this, as a planning authority, we'd struggle to know that. But that's the only variance that I can see of any significance from what was approved 15 years ago. Your second question was around the access into the paddock. As far as I'm aware, the only access into this paddock, or only immediate access into this paddock from Grey Lane, is via this access way. And as shown on the denoted hatched area, the access way appears to then dogleg into the site before it then goes back into the paddock. I mean, at the moment, it's going straight into the paddock. Does that answer your question, Chairman?
You're muted, Caroline.
Thank you, Steve. What I'm asking, Gary, is if the committee were to approve this application, it would effectively landlock the paddock. Is that so? And then I have a final question.
Oh, sorry, I was on mute then. It's not immediately clear, Chairman, in the sense that what this shows is a hardened driveway, as I would take it in the hatched area, which instead of carrying on into the boundary where the paddock is, it doglegs north and then appears to become heading east again in what I would take to be the turning area for the 3 car parking spaces.
Okay, thanks for that. And finally, can we just clarify that the permission, if we were to grant permission, the permission is with the property, not with the owners of the property or not with the applicants of the property?
Chairman, the permission applies to the land, Chairman. That's the essence of the issue, and I think, Chairman, I was just trying to find, and I'm sure it is here somewhere, but if I'm moving my screen too quickly, I'm losing the documents. But there is a comment from the Town Council here that I'm looking for, which obviously was given a lot of consideration by the Town Council. I'm just looking for it, if you can bear with me, Chairman. Just having to take my time here so I don't lose everything.
It's on page 195.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, I've got it.
Yes, Chairman. It was an essence. It was a comment that was a qualified comment, but in qualifying it the way that they have, it was something we couldn't deliver. And just to read it for everybody, it was proposed that the council should notify the planning authority there is no objection raised to the application. Fine as far as it goes. However, should the planning authority consider approval of the application, consideration should be given to the imposition of a condition that the permission is subject to the sale of the property by the current owners to the applicants. Agreed. And that we can't deliver, Chairman. We can't deliver that.
Okay, thank you. Right.
So Chairman, you have an application for a 4-bedroom dwelling.
Yeah. Okay. Councillor Thackeray, your hand is up again. Do you wish to
yes, thank you. This time I do want to speak. Gary, can you clarify for me, please? There's been quite a bit said about planning applications, planning permissions granted that haven't been carried out according to the plans. Can you just clarify and nail this argument that after 10 years, there is nothing we can do?
Again, getting into points of legalities, really, Chairman. But what Councillor Thackeray is alluding to are periods of unauthorised development, which vary dependent on what the nature of the operational development is, or whether it's relating to a change of use. In relation to, broadly speaking, again, Glenn's on the call so he can pull me up if I miss something. But broadly speaking, if we're relating to operational development not in compliance with an approved plan, or just not in accordance with any plan, just unauthorised operational development tends to have a 4-year rule to it. Okay. If we're dealing with non-compliance with a planning condition, or a non-compliance with an unauthorised use of land, then a 10-year period would apply. And we very often, Chairman, get applications for certificates of lawfulness in those circumstances. So we're not dealing with matters of merit, we're dealing with matters of law.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so the answer to the question is, after 10 years, forget it.
Well, that would be the maximum period, Chairman.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, thanks. So in this case, it has absolutely no relevance whatsoever. Councillor Goodrick picking up all the planning discrepancies has no relevance whatsoever.
Thank you very much.
No, Chairman, you've taken my... Sorry. Councillor Thackeray, you've taken my words and gone a bit further down the road than I actually said. No, what I said was that was the period. Can I finish what I'm saying, please, Councillor Thackeray? From the date of an apparent breach, those are the periods that would apply. Okay. So, for example, if this building commenced being building in 2006, but didn't finish till 2016, when it was substantially complete, we would still potentially be in a position to take action. So you may well be right, but until somebody's actually submitted a certificate of lawfulness and got the certificate in their hand, they don't have an immunity from action.
Yeah, okay, that's great. Thank you.
Right. Does anybody else have any questions? Because I'm going to move this into debate. Right. No further questions. It is going into debate. Now, the local member, I think, would be Councillor Ryedale, but he's not on the planning committee, so he doesn't get to speak again. Sorry, Tony.
Besides, I don't expect to.
Sorry. So, is there another member who wants to pick this up that's local to the issue? I'm looking at my list, and would it be you, perhaps, Councillor Potter?
Yeah, I'm quite happy to kick off on this one.
Thank you.
I would have thought it'd be Councillor Thackeray being the next door.
Well, whichever. Right, I'll kick off.
Fine.
Right. I made my own site visit last year prior to seeing any officer's report. And to me, it appeared to be the perfect solution to the needs of a severely disabled youngster and her full-time carers. And I couldn't honestly see any valid objections in planning terms. So I was quite astounded to see the officer's report recommending refusal. And I thought the reasons were weak at the time. That was with the previous application, and I still do. So weak, in fact, that I can't believe any normal planning inspector would support them at appeal. Now, I generally like to pick out the positives and negatives from a report to find my own balance. And unfortunately, I can only find a few grudging neutrals here, along with a raft of negatives. And although the original application for this business is clearly history, I can't help but feel its influence pervades the whole report. So I'll refer to the reasons for refusal on page 127 and sort of pick out a couple of quotes. It says in number 1, it's not a suitable site for a new dwelling. Well, it's already there. There's a very nice building already there. So what do we do with it? Obviously, it's not a dwelling at the moment. Then it says new residential development in the wider open countryside will not be permitted. Clearly, that's talking about the outside the development limits. And yet at the other side of Kirby Moorside, there's about 230, I think it is, houses being built outside the development limit. That was contrary to the local plan, as was the fact that it was either a medium or a large development. Pickering Mickle Hill, the local plan says we don't have retirement villages, but on the sign it says Mickle Hill Retirement Village. It was built on the main approach to Pickering on very valuable rig and furrow land on a visually important undeveloped area. So there's no problem with that. Just to the north of Pickering, there's an absolutely vast railway shed currently being built, completely surrounded by rights of way. It's in the floodplain, but that's happily being built outside development limits. And then it says not considered to form the conversion of a redundant or disused traditional rural building. Well, that's clearly debatable. The redundant, unwanted, unrequired, and it's sitting there empty and likely to continue to be the same. So that seems rather strange. So moving on to refusal number 2, not satisfy the local needs occupancy. Well, clearly that is strictly accurate, but according to Ryedale's policy, but not regarding the needs of a severely disabled child. Then the proposed accommodation cannot be met from the existing housing stock. Where are these bungalows specifically adapted for a physically and mentally disabled child who is likely to be blind within a fairly short time? I find that quite astounding. On to number 3, would appear incongruous and result in domestic encroachment upon the open countryside. Well, again, it's there already. And it says it would result in harm to the character and appearance of the open countryside. It's barely visible from anywhere. If you if you look very carefully and obliquely from a footpath quite a distance away, you can just see the roof. So harm and character to the appearance of the open countryside, to whose perception? On to number 4. We've got a significant adverse impact on the prevailing quiet rural character. Well, clearly, use as a family accommodation, as per many of the properties in Keldholm, would create some additional noise, but why significant adverse impact when we're in a residential area? So I just find all the reasons for refusals very, very tenuous. Now, the officer's report and conclusion conflicts in its entirety with that of the planning consultant, and I find that most disconcerting. I mean, yeah, 1 or 2 points maybe, but really it's in its entirety. And just for a couple of examples, the report states that the unilateral undertaking emphasises that this residential use is not compatible with neighbouring land use. And that completely disregards its importance in overturning a planning decision at appeal, which I consider to be an important consideration. That's, I don't know what page that was on the report from the consultant. The report also plays down the weight of the personal circumstances of young Ruby. Well, I entirely disagree and strongly believe that's a key argument in my decision, and consequently the balance of arguments means that I'll be supporting this application. And in conclusion, if I were to vote against this application, I'd hang my head in shame. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Potter. Right, just so that we're clear, members, we have a number of councillors wishing to speak, so I will go down the list. Councillor Windress.
Thank you, Chairman. Firstly, I want to just pick up on something the agent said about the building could not be emptied due to COVID-19. Firstly, I find that's ridiculous because it could have been emptied any time between June and October when the weather was fairly good anyway. So that is ridiculous. And so that is the reason that the building is not redundant. Now, there's obviously a split in the committee. I mean, some of us obviously want to approve this. There's those of us who will go with the officer recommendation. Possibly the only and best way around this is simply to refuse permission and let it go to appeal, and let's see what the planning inspector does. That's my view of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Windress.
That's disgraceful.
Councillor Thackeray, could you please not interrupt and wait your turn until you're asked? It's very rude, and it's rude to other members and disrespectful. Councillor Andrews.
Well, yes, Chair. I agree with Councillor Potter, and I don't think Councillor Potter actually moved approval. But if he hasn't, I will move approval, and if he did, then I will second his moving approval. We're asked to go through an exercise of look at the policies and then see if there are any material circumstances, material factors which would enable us to argue that in this instance the policy should not be applied. Well, you are aware of my views about the policy, Chair, and that is that these development limits, they were drawn 30 years ago. They're well out of date. And so therefore, because they are so old and so out of date, they should be given very much less weight than they ought to be given if they were more up to date and had actually been revised. But they haven't. They haven't been reviewed whatsoever. Then we look at the factors which favour this development. It is a redundant building. It's going to decay if something isn't done if something isn't done to it. The applicant is prepared to accept a local needs occupancy condition, so which is what I understand is being said. The building is very close to the settlement. It's immediately adjacent to the village development limits. It's so close, in fact, as to almost form part of it, and it certainly is associated with the buildings next door and the buildings which it was built as part of. I agree with Councillor Councillor Potter that the material circumstances far outweigh the policy, and as I say, the policy is old, it's obsolete, it hasn't been reviewed, and therefore it should not be given very much weight. The policy which does have weight is the policy which was imposed in the last plan, which says there has to be a local needs occupancy condition if planning permission is granted for areas outside the towns. Well, you know, the applicant would appear to be prepared to accept a local needs occupancy condition. So I just cannot see what the problem is. Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you, Councillor Andrews. Councillor Bailey.
Thank you, Chair. As I said before, when councillors are considering a fellow councillor's application, it's really important.
It's very, very quiet, Chair. I can't really hear very well.
When considering our fellow councillor's application, it's really important to have probity. And it's important for the people looking in to see that. And I'm a bit concerned as to how this looks, perhaps, that someone looking in could think, well, it's one thing for the public, it's another thing for councillors. And I'm not a professional planner, and so I defer to our officers who are professional planners and take their professional advice on the recommendation. To go against that, I think it would be very awkward in this situation, and that's usually, you know, what we should do. And so a lot of talk has been made about the personal issues here, but 3 out of 4 of the reasons for refusal are not about local occupancy, they're about the impact on that part of Kelvin and amenities and neighbours, and their policies, which are still relevant. I really wouldn't want to start overriding or contradicting my professional officer's advice on policy to give a fellow councillor an approval. I think it looks bad. So forgive me, but I do think that in this case, I shall be staying with the officer's advice. I would move it if it hasn't been done.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Bailey. Councillor Thackeray, I know you're upset, but measured, please.
Yeah. Councillor Bailey says one rule for the councillors and one rule for everybody else. Well, where the local needs occupancy condition comes in, it's one rule for the Ryedale Methodist Circuit. It's one rule for the savvy architects of Ryedale who knew how to play the viability card. But I would just say there's been quite a lot said about the negativity of the report, which I completely concur with. However, there is a very positive paragraph within the report, which is fundamentally everything that I would like to draw to your attention, because like Gary said, the officer is a diligent officer and is easy to talk to, and I'm sure he does his job extremely well. And in this instance, he's excelled himself. And I will read the 3 lines of the report, which I think need to be echoing in people's minds. In terms of proportions, construction materials, and the position, size, and treatment of openings, it is considered that the existing building is structurally suitable for conversion, currently exhibits some characteristics of a dwelling, and would require relatively limited works to be brought into residential use. Well, thank you, Mr. Goforth. Spot on. And if it hasn't been seconded, I second approval.
Right, thank you. So, can I just clarify, Councillor Potter, you moved it for approval?
No, I didn't actually move it for approval, so that was Paul Andrews will have moved it.
Thank you, thank you. I just need to make sure we get this right. And Councillor Thackeray, you've just seconded it?
Yes, if I haven't moved it, I've seconded it. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Right, okay. And Councillor Bailey, you moved officer recommendation for refusal?
I did that, Chair, if that was a viable thing to do at that time. But
thank you very much.
People want to speak.
Just want to make sure we get this right. Thank you. Councillor Mason.
I think Councillor Potter, Andrews and Thacker have made the points very, very clear. And Simon, thank you for pulling out that phrase. I think that's very useful. I just really want to raise a bit of an alarm here that the comments of Councillor Bailey have kind of swayed what potential viewers of this meeting will be thinking of us right now. I'm looking at this as an application from someone who's applying for someone to help their disabled daughter. I'm not taking into account they're a councillor or not, and I think that comment has raised suspicions, I would think, in the public eye. I'm kind of disappointed by that. And for Councillor and for Councillor Officer Snowy to say that we should go to appeal and put the responsibility onto the family to take that to appeal, I think is just restricting the family's ability to look after her kids even more. I'm going to back approval on this one.
That Councillor Bailey, would you like a right of reply?
I'm just wondering whether the voting will follow the party lines of the council.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor,
that's just out of order. I'm sorry.
Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. This is a really difficult one. I've said on previous meetings, we look at the application, not the applicant. Councillor Ryedale, in supporting, for the sake of the record, not as a member of the committee, but as a commenter, said it was a balanced, we must take a balanced view. It's not a balanced recommendation. It's a very, very considered refusal. Mike, you mentioned hanging your head in shame if I go against this. I made a promise to make decisions without fear or favour. This is a very clear recommendation for refusal. I'd love to provide Ruby and the family with. Who could read John's letter without heart-rending letter? But we've got to take away from that. And I'm sorry, I'm having difficult speaking here. I'm going to support the recommendation on material planning reasons only.
Thank you. Councillor Mason and Councillor Andrews, you've spoken, but your hands are still up. Is there anybody else wishes to speak on this application? Thank you. Thank you for taking down your legacy hands. Thank you. Can
I just say, Chair, that I do hope that this vote does not go along party lines, because if it does go along party lines, then the public will take a very I
think you've said enough, Paul. Thank you.
But we're all in different parties anyway.
Thank you.
So
Thank
He's trying to
you,
get out in
members.
view.
This is not your meeting. Behave, please. Right. I am going to look at this like Councillor Cleary and say without fear or favour, because what we are looking at here is a permission that goes with a property. This isn't about the family, as much as I have absolutely every sympathy for Ruby and the family, and I would love to be able to support them. But at the end of the day, I am looking at a very serious consideration, and if it is approved tonight, that goes with the dwelling. We have absolutely not one single guarantee that this property would be sold to Mr. Sugars or Ms. Braxton. We have absolutely no guarantee that that would happen. We could give this permission and it could be sold to any Tom, Dick or Harry. So forgive me, if I thought that this was possible, I would be supporting the approval, but I cannot say that this will be possible. I don't know whether it would happen. We have no legal framework in which to make that decision and to carry it through. It is not within our gift as a committee to say that if we give permission, it must be sold to Mr. Sugar and Miss Braxton. It's just not there. And it's not about fear or favour. It's not about making a difference between a councillor or not a councillor. It's the planning issues that are before us. And so I will be supporting the officer's recommendation, and I will second Councillor Bailey's movement for refusal on that basis. So it was moved and seconded for approval first, and I will take a sounding from the panel and we'll see where we go on this, please. Councillor Andrews.
Approved, Chair.
Councillor Baby.
Against, Chair.
Yeah.
Councillor Clearly.
Refuse.
Councillor Goodrick, I'm against. Thank you. Councillor Hope.
Refuse.
Thank you. Councillor Mackenzie. Councillor Mackenzie.
Don't think he's in the meeting, Chair.
Has he gone?
Looks like
Could we see whether he's here or not? Councillor Mason.
approved.
Councillor Potter.
For.
Councillor Thackeray.
For.
Councillor Windruss.
Refuse.
So we have got 4 votes for approval and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 votes against. So my question is this, because it's not carried for approval. Can I ask Gary and Glenn, do we have to take a vote for refusal on that basis, since it has been moved and seconded for officer recommendation?
So, sorry, Chairman, I was on mute. I think I could really do with Glenn's advice on that one, given the closeness of the vote.
Madam Chair, no, I don't think you need to go any further and vote on the motion to approve.
So the vote is not carried for approval.
I just wonder about the member who's left the meeting. Whether we should wait and find out which way he might vote.
Okay, Ellie.
I'm not sure if he's left the meeting temporarily and he's coming back, or he's left the meeting for good.
Has he heard the debate? That's the point.
Well, that was that was. Thank you. My next question is twofold. Can Ellie please try and contact him? And if he hasn't been here for all of the debate, Glenn, can he have a vote?
No, I think that it would be unwise to allow him to vote if he's not heard any of the debate, because it's been such a long debate and such divided views. So, should we contact him or not, Glenn? I'm asking for your advice, please. Yes, I think you should contact him to see if he has heard all the debate.
Okay, thank you. Ellie, could I ask you if you could do that for me, please?
Yeah, no problem. That's fine.
Thank you.
Is it possible for me to ask the solicitor a question, please? Hello?
I'll allow it.
Glenn, could you just clarify for me, please, that if we don't hear from Councillor Mackenzie tonight, would that give us the opportunity to be able to go away and clarify the legal position in respect of the contractual agreement between the landowner and the applicant in respect of the dwelling? Because clearly it is perfectly normal to have subject to planning approval before contracts are completed.
Madam Chair, I think that point has already been covered quite comprehensively by Gary, as he said. The permission runs with the land, and the planning committee have absolutely no control over the future ownership of that land.
Thank you.
But if there is a contract subject to approval, surely that is a binding contract.
But I don't think that is something that we can look into.
Would that
or which we're obliged to look into, I should say.
No, but I did ask and consult my own solicitor on this very point this
Thank
afternoon
you.
before the meeting.
We have a ruling from the solicitor.
Yeah. Okay.
While we are waiting for Ellie to see if she can contact Councillor Mackenzie, there are two hands raised, Councillor Cleary and Councillor Bailey. Councillor Cleary, you raised your hand first.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chairman. I've been in touch with Councillor Mackenzie. He had to leave the meeting. He's not feeling very well. I think we can take it, therefore, that he's not going to vote and hasn't listened to the debate.
Thank you very much. Thank you for that, Michael. Councillor Bailey.
Thank you, Chair. And that rather confirmed what I was going to say, that I think the committee has determined the application and it should move on, and the applicants have an opportunity to appeal that. And I have to say, I feel we've made a decision on planning grounds, but I wish the applicants good luck if they do appeal.
Thank you, Councillor Bailey. I think you're absolutely right. We're going to move on from this. The decision is taken. Councillor Mackenzie's ill and has left the meeting. Thank you. Councillor Cleary, is your hand a legacy hand? Thank you. Right, members, the vote was 5 against approval and 4 for approval. The vote is lost. I'm sorry. So if we can now move on to agenda item 11, please. And I think, Councillor Andrews, you're leaving the meeting.
Yes, Chair, I'm just going.
Thank you. Can I ask who's going to present this, because I'm not sure Matthew Stubbins is with us.
Yes, I've got the honour of that one as well, Chairman. Earning it tonight, I think. Right. Yes, this application is on. It's for works, fairly minor works actually, to 2 tree preservation ordered trees in Mrs. Diana Andrews' garden, in her front garden. The trees in question, I'm sorry I haven't got any images of the trees at the moment, but I'm sure Councillor Mason can vouch for what they look like. But the trees are quite substantial trees, and previously in the past, as you've seen from the planning history, have had limited works to do crown cleaning and crown reduction, and this particular that was about 15 years ago now, Chairman. This particular application is to carry out more crown reduction work to the trees which actually have thrived in that intervening period, but getting very close to the house again. The application has been slightly varied during the processing of the application, and our tree and landscape officer is now happy with the proposals, subject to the conditions listed on page 197. So we just recommend approval to the committee, Chairman.
Okay, thank you for that, Gary. Does anybody have any questions? No? Any comments? Can I open it to debate? Is everybody happy? Yeah. Councillor Potter.
Yeah, I'll quite happily kick off on this one. Looks like it can...
You're supposed to be the member of the area that's supposed to...
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
To be honest, there's not a lot to kick off on this one, to be fair. You'll all know the trees in Great Hampton. If you go to the Grapes pub, they're the big beech trees opposite. There's a clue in the name of the address. They are encroaching over Paul's house. I would be a bit nervous if I lived there. I would recommend approval of this straight away, really.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Mason. I didn't see your hand up, but there you go. Councillor Potter.
Well, I am the member.
Yeah, all I really wanted to say was that this is something of a no-brainer, but I wanted to comment that people sometimes get, or a lot of people get rather precious about trees and any sort of cutting down or whatever of them. It is a fact that trees in an urban location need to be looked after and properly maintained so that they're safe. So, yeah, I'll quite happily second that one. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Potter. Councillor Cleary.
I'm going to lower my hand. I have nothing further to add. It's already been proposed and seconded.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Cleary. I'm just going to support Councillor Mason and Councillor Potter. Having had a tree come down last week, they do need to be maintained, and Councillor Andrews is quite right to want to do this. So where you've got living trees, you need to look after them, otherwise you lose them. And unfortunately, the winds have taken my very tall leyland eye, but it's of no great loss since it was just a leyland eye. Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Can we go to the vote? Councillor Bailey.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Cleary.
For.
Thank you. I am for. Councillor Goodrick. Councillor Hope.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Mackenzie's not with us. Councillor Mason.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Potter.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Thackeray.
For. Can I add just one condition, that there's no birds nesting in it?
Yes, you can. Thank you. Councillor Windrus.
For.
Thank you. So that is 8 votes for, and that's carried. Okay. Can we condition that, as Councillor Thackeray said, that it's done outside the bird nesting period?
We'll just add that to the informative, Chairman. It's covered by the legislation, but we'll add it.
Thank you very much. Right. Item 12, any other business? I don't have any other business. Item 13 is the list of applications determined under delegated powers. I'm assuming you've looked at those. And item 14 is the appeals list. Gary, do you want to say anything with regard to those appeals?
Just very quickly, Chairman. Broughton Lodge was determined by committee back in I think it was May 2020 now, so I think most of the members on this committee would probably recall the debate. I seem to recall it was, not sure whether there was a site inspection on that one, Chairman, as well. There might have been. But as you can see, the inspector was very concerned about the size of the proposed additions to what is a sizable property on the Broughton Road leaving town, and concluded, even though the neighbour had not objected on that particular occasion, it was the second application, that there was a neighbour amenity impact. So it was an interesting one. And the second one at Valley View Lodges, which is at Station Road, Norton Beedlam, was an interesting decision, an application to essentially make a holiday chalet a permanent dwelling on a development of other holiday chalets, and the inspector was really concerned about the appropriateness of the unit for permanent occupation as a permanent dwelling, and threw it out essentially on a planning standard.
Sorry,
nothing
Gary.
else. Sorry, basically the appeal was dismissed because the inspector wasn't happy that the holiday unit could provide a satisfactory accommodation on a permanent basis. Is the chairman still there?
You're muted, Caroline.
Sorry.
You're muted again, Caroline.
Sake. Councillor Bailey, your hand is up. Did you want to come back on something?
I was just on the delegated list. I wanted to note 9 that the certificate of lawfulness at Gilling was refused, and thank officers for what it was a lot of difficult correspondence. So I'm pleased that that's been brought to a conclusion. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, and Councillor Windruss, did you want to come back on something?
Yeah, if I could just ask Gary about the appeal on the Valley View Lodges. Now it got dismissed, no problem there, but can we check that others aren't living in them permanently? Because I'm sure there are other people living permanently in those lodges.
The simple answer to that, Chairman, is yes, we can. I'm not aware that we've actually had any complaints to suggest that somebody is living in any of the lodges on the site permanently, but we don't systematically go around knocking on doors week after week to see who's doing what. So if somebody was going to suggest that, we could probably do with some information to lead us there.
Well, as far as I'm aware, the one next to this one, I don't know what number it is, 1 Valley View, so it must be number 2 Valley View Lodges. I think they're permanently in there. So as far as I'm aware.
These things tend to also be licensed as well, so possibly there's a discussion we can have with our housing colleagues and see what they know.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, members, I think that concludes tonight's meeting. Thank you for your attendance, and enjoy the rest of your week. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Gary. Go on.